Sorry, do I need to re-say any of that? Yes, okay, sorry. Sorry, everyone. I'm just getting back into the swing of it after summer. So welcome. We called this meeting to order at 9:03 this morning, and we will turn it over to Trustee Gimber for our land acknowledgement.
Thank you. Well, that's loud today. Wakey, wakey. Welcome to our division office located on the traditional land and territory of the Niitsitapi, Piikani, Kainai, and Siksika, the Blackfoot people, within the Treaty 7 region of southern Alberta.
Thank you very much. And if I could now invite everyone to stand for the playing of O Canada. Okay, thank you so much to the West Meadow Elementary School for sending that in with their choir. We will now move on to our consent agenda. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the consent agenda by the Board of Trustees as presented. Can I get someone to make that motion today? Sure. Trustee Long, thank you. And then any discussion? I would like to pull out professional learning, which will be an action item, and we will add that as F8. Nope. F11. Okay, any other items that need pulled from the consent agenda? Emergent. Okay, seeing none, all in favor? Okay, thank you. That is carried. We will move on to C. Emergent changes to the agenda. So the recommendation is that the September 25th, 2023 regular board meeting agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as presented or amended. Can I get someone to make that motion? Trustee Hodges, thank you. And is there any emergent changes to the agenda? Oh, go ahead, Trustee Hodges.
Yes, I'd like to add a action item to the agenda, please. So wherever you would like to put that.
Well, yeah, will you just say what it is and then?
Yeah, I was getting to that. Thanks.
Okay, sorry, Larry.
The awards committee is recommending we cancel the art gala for the fall of 2023, but still do acknowledgement and awards.
Okay, thank you. So is there any questions or discussions around that? Go ahead, Trustee Yeagas. No. Okay, no. Okay, seeing none, we will put that as F11 then. Or F12, sorry. Art Gala, and you'll send that into.
I already did. Thanks.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I just have one more thing too.
Yep, go ahead.
In the agenda, we have me running for director at it is not director, it is just vice chair position for the ASBA. Zone 6.
Thank you, Trustee Hodges. So we'll make that change. Sorry about that. Okay, thank you. Trustee Yegus?
For the policy, I would like to make sure that there are some changes to it, but I'd like to add that policy 5, trustee code of conduct, be added to the agenda. Now, it is under policy updates. Nikki has it on the new, as added, okay?
Okay, thank you. Any conversation or discussion around that piece?
By the way, this is going to be first reading.
Yes, first of 3. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Trustee Toon.
Thank you, Chair. Not to do with that item, but I have another one if nobody else
Okay.
has anything.
Yeah, just, no one is objected to that one, so we'll go ahead and just add that under the policy update as well. And we'll go ahead, Trustee Toon.
Thank you. Emergent item for your consideration that the Board of Trustees move the organizational meeting date from October 30th to November 2nd. I can explain the rationale when, if it's approved.
Okay. Any discussion around that? Around why it would be emergent is the only thing that we would be discussing now. Okay, seeing no conversation around that, we will add that. That would be action item F13. Okay, thank you, Trustee Toon. Trustee Long.
F5. Trustee Greg Long will share with the board information around the position of ASBA TIBA rep. I'm the local TIBA rep, not the zone TIBA rep. I'm running for labor for zone though.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Long. So would you like, you are going to run again for the ASBA labor representative. Okay, thank you so much. We'll change that. Okay, thank you for that correction. Okay, any other emergent changes to the agenda, Trustee Gimber?
I don't want to be left out. I would like to get an update on the by-election, please.
Okay, perfect. So that would be a discussion and information item. We will add that as G8. By-election update. Mr. Perry, would you be comfortable giving that update? Thank you very much. Okay. Are there any other changes or, emergent changes to the agenda? Okay, seeing none. The recommendation is that the September 25th, 2023 regular board meeting agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as amended. All in favor? Okay, that is carried. Perfect, thank you so much. We'll move on to item D, declaration of conflict of interest. The recommendation that the Board of Trustees declare if they have any conflicts of interest related to the agenda items from September 25th, 2023 board meeting. If so, please declare them now. Seeing none, thank you. All right. Now that we're through all those formalities, we can jump into it. This morning we have a presentation. We have a gentleman, Mark Drolm.
Deerholm.
Deerholm. Okay, thank you. I knew I wasn't going to get it right. So Mark Deerholm requested to present as a delegate to the board on the topic of bullying in schools. We appreciate so much when members of the community and stakeholders come forward to be delegates to the board. It's always very informative and we appreciate it. So we'll have our presentation now and then trustees can ask any clarifying questions that they may have. So we'll turn it over to you, Mark. Thank you for being here. Oh, sorry, that was me.
Okay, hi. Probably some of you know who I am, but there'll be people that don't.
And just so that you as board members can understand, this is a friendly but challenging Shake the Box presentation. I will just say who I am. I graduated from Willow Creek Composite High School in 1988 when we were a class of 121. And I went on to get my commerce degree and chiropractic degree. I have been involved with politics where I made the mistake of placing second to Danielle Smith in the Wild Rose leadership race in 2009. I was also on my chiropractic college's board of trustees, where I was on the strategic planning committee. I've been on the regulatory board, where under Ralph Klein, I was the lead author in the response to the Mazinkowski report. I've sat in similar chairs to you, and sometimes there are intractable things that exist for years and years and years. And it almost sort of just gets with the, how do we just live with it the best we can? So that's why I'm here to shake the box today, because also in some situations, things exist for centuries or decades, and then all of a sudden something that just seemed normal becomes completely unacceptable. And then we look back and go, how did we ever put up with that? So to that end, and sorry, this, if I reference anything, I won't be referencing any names of children or anything like that, just so that you can be at ease on that subject. But I will say, in business, we know one thing. If you do not track it, it doesn't get addressed. And so that I add in there for our trustee, Brad Toon. That's a direct thing to something that he wanted tracked on this. So I've also been a teacher. I taught in Taiwan. I've taught on university labs, and I have some understanding of that. My ex-wife was a teacher. My father was a teacher. So in shaking the box, sometimes we need to use different words. And so if we look at the criminal justice system, it is appalling that in a place that we control everyone's action, it has maybe the highest level of crime occurring anywhere. And we somehow think we're going to send people there and they get reformed. What's traumatizing, well, not traumatizing to me, let's not exaggerate, but what is concerning to me is that all these years after I was bullied in school and many other people, we now still have that issue, even though there's cameras all over the school. And so how many kids are going to experience more criminal activity against them in school than any other time in their life? Just so you know, the printed thing you got here is from the, I'm a conservative, but this is from the left-wing design ChatGPT. It took my points and put it into it, so it is to put a little balance and nicer wording than I might put. But in our schools, there's assault. And assault, think of that as swing and a miss. You know, where someone comes up and, you know, right to your face but doesn't hit you. Happens, I would assume, it happens every day in school. Battery, here's an interesting one. At our school council meeting, I am chair of the school council in Claresholm, and at our school council meeting, we had a grade 8 teacher explain how things were so much better this year in the hallways. What's interesting is over the summer, at the end of the last school year, in a public place, non-school place, a student battered another student of the division. And it went to the police, it went to court, and the student that did the battery was found guilty. So right now in the schools is an opportunity because there was actually a consequence. And so some people don't even know that happened. So I just want to make sure you understand that if you hear, hey, things got a little better, it wasn't because stuff was ignored. Someone called in the police. I do want to praise one thing, stick and carrot. The Cobra Code is a very nicely done aspirational code, and you do have to give a positive. So I know you're aware of the Cobra Code, and I do want to give that praise. Sorry, I'm just throwing thoughts out here because I will tell you this, when I did policy presentations, yes, there was money behind it and it was much nicer, but one thing I've learned is this, it's not the presentation that gets it done. It's what you guys do with it and the follow-up. So I'm actually here shaking the box. Remember, I didn't say I came with a solution. I came with shake the box. So a splatter all over the place, and each one of you might have some aspect that resonates with you where your life experience will give a little bit of possible solution. So my son is in grade 10 and he's a boy. Girls are much harder to deal with on bullying because I just want to put this out there. Reputation destruction is a huge thing, and it's much harder to prove and address. So I'm gonna keep this a little short. I'm not going through every point here, but I will just state assault, battery, harassment occurs every day at school. Cyberbullying, I get that that's a transition between, the private life and school life, but it is there. There are actual criminal threats because understand, if someone says, if you say this or if you speak out, I'll beat you up, that's a criminal threat. Stalking, vandalism, theft. We might get used to the idea that, oh, someone stole their binder or someone put their backpack in a garbage can or something like that. But that is an actual crime. And so crimes are occurring in our school and we're not calling the police. So when I've been a lead in other organizations that I didn't list because some of what I talk about, well, if you merge them together, it brings confidentiality up. When there's a crime and you as an organization don't report it, I just ask you to consider that. Every one of these things that occur in our school that are not reported, forget not tracked by you, but not reported. What does that mean that this organization is doing? So here's another one. Some of the times when the school becomes aware of something, it's because the bullied kid acted up, was finally fed up with being bullied. And they, as a developing child, after being bullied maybe for years, stood up and probably went a little too far. Well, here's the fun thing. They will be honest and admit it sometimes because they're the compliant one. They're the one with respect for the system. So you're sitting there and you've got the bully. Let's say they get 3 times the level of punishment. But the kid being bullied gets a little punishment and they admit, yeah, no, I shouldn't have done that because they're comparing themselves to perfection. But if they stood up and got the attention of the system for something that's been going on for so long, what does it do to other kids that see, oh, that person now has a mark on their record? It's a little mark, but it's a mark. So they become quieter. They're less likely to speak up because the one kid that's bullying gets street credit for his thing. Can someone throw me if it's 9:23, sorry, what time is my 15 minutes up? I think I'm done in about 3 minutes, but.
Yeah, you still have about 3.5 minutes.
Okay. Okay, so then that kid gets social credit. He'll get a high five from his friends. The other kid's like, yeah, I stood up, but man, I got detention or I've got this on my record or stuff like that. And it propagates it. So change comes from the roots. We're now going to talk political process because I've been at enough meetings to hear in health reform, we had it all the time. Oh, we need the federal government to do this or that. So one thing I've learned is that if you guys come up with a solution involving, any other people in the region, and you go, yeah, but we can't do that because of the Education Act. If it's a good solution, that's where change in policy and law come from. So if it gets really bad and you're being ignored, call me. I'll go harass the Minister of Education. I try not to do it too much, but I can be a thorn when needed. And so there is a process, but you don't have to make it perfect. Can you find something to make an incremental improvement? So right now, crimes are occurring in facilities that you are responsible for. Crimes that you are not tracking, crimes that you are not reporting. So now here's the mic drop of something I don't want to do, and I haven't even looked into the legality of it, but you gotta stir the pot a little. Do we need a bunch of businesses to come up with $250 or $500 scholarships for every proven case of bullying that someone complains to the police and it goes to court and they're found guilty? Do we need to make it so there's an incentive? And I don't mean for an accusation, I mean for one that goes all the way through, so that the child that has faith in the system gets an incentive to fix it because we as adults are not going to fix it. There's probably many reasons that's a dumb idea, so I'm not proposing it as the solution. But when I was raised, it was spare the rod, spoil the child. Peaceful parenting and not abusing our children is hugely beneficial to how they develop as a young adult. So the question is, are you going to make it so that our children do not have criminal acts against them while in the facilities that you manage? And I say that in the friendliest way possible. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mark. We appreciate you coming today. Do we have any clarifying questions from any of the trustees at this time? I'll just give everyone a minute to think about it. Okay, I'm not seeing any at this time, so thank you so much, Mark, for coming and presenting to us today. We appreciate you taking the time to be here, and you'll receive a letter from us within the next 2 weeks.
Can I do one sentence wrap up? It's a gentle one.
Absolutely not. Just kidding. Go ahead.
In business, we know if you do not track it, it does not get addressed. As a minimum, I would ask you take that into consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mark. Okay. Perfect. So we will move on to our action items. F1, the borrowing resolution. I just need to move this a little closer to myself. There we go. Okay. So action item 1 for today, F1, borrowing resolution. Enclosed with the agenda is a copy of the proposed borrowing resolution for the 2023-2024 school year. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the borrowing resolution which authorizes the board to borrow such sums as the board may deem necessary to meet current expenditures during the 2023-2024 school year. Can I get someone to make that motion? Trustee Yegus, thank you. And then I'll turn it over to you to speak to, or to Mr. Perry to present on, whichever you prefer. Yes? Okay.
I'll turn it over to Mr. Perry.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Yegus. Mr. Perry, go ahead.
Thank you. This is a request that comes annually to the board. It is something that allows the division to manage funds effectively and efficiently. As you know, we put dollars into investments to be able to take advantage of some of the interest rates that are available, and it takes time to move those back and forth. So this gives the board the ability to, if the resources are short on any given month, dip into the line of credit, basically is what this is, while we manage the funds appropriately. This year, there was 3 months where this occurred. We dipped into this line of credit. In past years, there was additional resources that we were able to hold that made it so that we did not need to. So you've heard in the past that we've not used this line of credit, but in the past year we did utilize. Subsequent to dipping into it, obviously we manage the funds, and this line of credit basically needs to be paid back within the year. It's not debt that goes beyond the current year. It's only temporary, and so we utilize it for those purposes. It allows us to continue to take advantage of those interest rates, which were significantly higher. So with that, the request is before you to approve this financial tool to allow the team to manage the funds appropriately within the division. So I'll leave that with you unless there's some questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Is there any questions from the board at this time? Seeing none. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. Moving on to the board and CEO evaluations. This has 2 different recommendations. We'll go with the first one first. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the board's self-evaluation report developed from the June 12th, 2023 workshop, and that the board chair be authorized to monitor the priorities, goals, and suggestions agreed to and bring items forward for board consideration as deemed appropriate. Just in preference and reference to this, the board received 2 reports from Cal Hauserman and Dave George, our external facilitators, summarizing the board CEO evaluation. Does someone want to make this motion? Trustee Long? Okay. Any comments or discussions around our board self-evaluation approval? Seeing none, all in favor? Okay, it's passed. The second recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the Superintendent Evaluation Report as developed during the workshop of June 12th, 2023, as an accurate accounting of the superintendent's performance for the period of September 1st, 2022 to June 12th of 2023, and further that the board authorize the chair to make any required technical edits and to sign the report on the board's behalf. Can I get someone to make that motion? Trustee Yegas? Any comments, questions around that report? Seeing none, all in favor? Okay, that's passed. Thank you. Okay, F3, our Deputy Superintendent. The Superintendent will seek the Board of Trustees approval of appointing Associate Superintendent Richard Feller as Deputy Superintendent for the 2023-2024 school year. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the appointment of Associate Superintendent Richard Feller as the Deputy Superintendent for the 2023-2024 school year. Can I get someone to make that motion? Trustee Toon. Thank you. And did you want to speak to that or turn it over to the Superintendent Seguin?
I'll turn it over to Mr. Seguin, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, thank you so much. As you know, our 2 associate superintendents have been alternating, filling the role of deputy superintendent for the past 4 years. And so I'm just bringing this forward at this time, asking that the board approve Associate Superintendent Richard Feller to be appointed as the deputy superintendent for the 23-24 school year.
Thank you, Mr. Seguin. Any questions or comments around this motion? Seeing none. All in favor? That is carried. Congratulations to new Deputy Superintendent, Mr. Richard Feller. Okay, we are moving on to F4 now. School visit schedule. Daryl Seguin, our superintendent, will review the proposed school visit schedule to the Board of Trustees. Then the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the proposed school visit schedule for the 2023-2024 school year as presented or amended. If we could get Nikki to bring that up so we can see it. Oh, sorry. Can I get someone to make that motion first? Trustee Gimber, thank you. And did you want to speak to that or turn it to, okay, we'll turn it over to Superintendent Seguin, please.
Great, thank you, and thanks, Nikki, for bringing that up. Last year, we developed a plan to ensure that the trustees had an opportunity to visit all of our schools over the course of a couple of years here. And so this is, we were out at a lot of schools last year, and this schedule, I just wanted, before we started to make appointments and to prepare the administrators, just wanted to run it by you again, just to make sure that there, in case there's any changes that needed to be made. But right now, it has us visiting, let me see, I forgot how many we had at one time, about 10 schools or something, and some colonies this year. Anyway, it's a pretty extensive list, but to try and get into the schools, have you have an opportunity to see not only the physical building, but also to talk with the administrators and to take a tour around the school, and hopefully a little bit of students as well. So I just wanted to bring this to your attention, and if any changes needed to be made, then we could do that here. If not, then we will proceed and try to book these as the months come up.
Thank you, Mr. Seguin. Any questions, comments, or concerns or proposed amendments to the schedule for the 2023-2024 year? Okay, all in favor? Okay, thank you so much, and we appreciate the schools being willing to have us. We always love getting out there and seeing what's going on in the schools. I think all of us would agree we don't get to be in the schools quite as much as we wish we could, but it's always nice to be there. So move on to F5, the Alberta School Board Association positions, ASBA. Is that loud? Sorry. Okay. Trustee Hodges will share with the board information around the position of ASBA Zone 6 Vice Chair. I thought you were running for chair. The time commitment and why she would like to run. We will also have Trustee Greg Long share with the board information around the position of ASBA Labor Relations Representative, or just Labor Representative? Labor? It's just Labor. Okay. The time commitment and why he would like to run. And then the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees support Trustee Hodges and Trustee Long in putting their names forward for ASBA's zone positions. Can I get someone to make that motion? Trustee Yegas? Sorry. I'll look that way next time. Yeah, and then we'll have Trustee Hodges speak, and then Trustee Long just speak to their positions. Thank you.
Thank you. I had the opportunity last year to step in as vice chair as we had a shift in the zone where our vice chair became our director for ASBA. So I had 1 year as a vice chair. Our chair this year will be stepping down and we'll be electing a new chair. And I just feel that I can offer a lot of advice and how the zone works and support. And I would like to just run for the vice chair position again, if the board so allows.
Thank you, Trustee Hodges. Does anyone have any questions for Trustee Hodges about that? I just had a question. How many times can you sit as vice chair or chair of ASBA zone? Is there any rules in the handbook about that?
You can do 2 terms, and then you have to step down from your position.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Trustee Long, did you want to speak to yours as well?
Yes, I like to put my name forward for the labor rep for Zone 6. The reason I want to put my name forward is because negotiations and labor is something I've always been interested in. I have many, many years of experience in it. Experience isn't necessarily always good, but I believe that I also have the skills to do it, a good job of it, and I'd like to do labor again.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Trustee Long. Does anyone have any questions? Okay. Trustee Toon, go ahead.
Thanks, not a question, but just want to say thank you to Trustee Hodges and Trustee Long. I think both of you have tremendous experience and you're very passionate about those positions. And I think you both did an amazing job at helping the zone. And we have a lot of new trustees there. It's been great to see you guys mentor the new trustees in both those areas. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Trustee Toon, for sharing that on behalf of everyone, I think. So the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees support Trustee Hodges and Trustee Long in putting their names forward for the ASBA zone position. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, we will move on to F6, our PSBAA membership. The Board of Trustees created an ad hoc committee to explore the cost of PSBAA on May 29th, 2023. The board will discuss the postponed motion number 22-034, quote, that the Board of Trustees approve PSBAA professional learning opportunities be included in the expected professional learning and receive remuneration, end quote. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve PSBAA professional learning opportunities to be included in the expected professional learning and receive remuneration. I am making this motion, and so I will recuse myself as chair. Trustee Long, did you want to chair this portion, or any other trustees? Or we can turn it over to Mr. Perry to chair this motion. Okay.
Yeah, I'll chair this.
Okay, we'll turn it to Trustee Long then.
Go ahead, Trustee Poitras.
Okay, thank you. So when looking back at our motions, on our substantive motions, this was one that was on the table. We spoke a little bit about joining PSBAA. We had two wonderful gentlemen come and present to us. We were able to ask them questions. And then we had this motion come up where we also discussed whether or not we would join PSBAA, but it was asked that we postpone it until we could discuss more the costs. However, aside from the initial costs of joining for the membership, there would be no accurate way to have any of us guess at how much it would cost to include these professional learnings, because if it is approved, or if it's approved how it is now, it doesn't say whether people can attend in person, virtually, and if it includes all of PSBA, it could be a very significant cost. So for that reason, I think this needs to either be amended or voted on so that the board can then decide on what parameters will be put on this, and we can move forward with this, either being a part of our policy or not. So for that reason, I wanted to speak to this today and see if we can get to a decision. Thank you.
Trustee Hodges.
I just have a question. So we're not approving membership here? Because the title is PSBAA membership, but then the discussion is around just the learning opportunities of it. And so is the recommendation just for the learning opportunities and not becoming part of PSBAA? And you want to have that be included in the professional learning and receive remuneration?
Trustee Toon.
No,
Can I respond to that question?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you, sorry. So this is the motion as it was put out, and as it sits on the books now. I believe that that is a part of it that this board would need to decide on. So if we are going to approve PSBAA professional learning opportunities to be included and in the expected professional learning, then would we also want to add that we would join PSBAA, because that makes a difference in, you can do these learning opportunities without being a member, but I personally believe that joining and being a member would be a benefit. So if it looks like it's going that way, then I would maybe change the motion to include joining the membership. But I think that that is part of the discussion we need to have today. If we are going to approve this, should we not then be members? So, thank you.
Trustee Toon?
Yeah, appreciate the motion coming forward. It also was confused on this. I think if we're gonna, it's great to have a discussion about professional learning and what the expectations are, but I think that would be more appropriate after voting on membership, because deciding if you're gonna do something, you're deciding what the parameters of that looks like beforehand. I understand what the intent is, to try and know if the costs are palatable on membership, but and I think that if having, I wouldn't want to amend the motion today to say vote on membership, because when I read this didn't say vote on membership. So I know the header said that, but it wasn't in the intent on the motion to do that. So I think if we're going to do that, we'd maybe put both of these on the next agenda, membership vote and professional learning. But I appreciate that this can have huge budgetary impacts on our budget that's already approved and didn't include any of this in there.
Would you like to respond to that? Okay. Trustee Agus?
Last board meeting, we decided to look at the membership in the November meeting. We made a motion to that effect, so it is on the books when we're supposed to do it. However, I think these are really two different, well, I shouldn't say different things, they come the same, but we do take part in a lot of the PSBAA events, and I really think this is something that they do have some good things, like they're coming up soon. So I do think that we approve this. It has nothing to really do with the membership per se, because if we become a member after, like we vote on it in November, then that basically means that we get a reduction in the cost, which right now we don't get the reduction. But I do think this is a separate, or can be viewed as a separate item.
Trustee Hodges?
Thank you. I'm going to go back to what Trustee Toon said and our budget. It's already been approved, and I have a hard time with the recommendation being expected professional learning and receive remuneration for the learning opportunities. I feel PD is a personal thing that you would like to expand your own horizons and learn for yourself. I don't want to have it be included in the expected professional learning. I want it to be a choice, and it comes out of your own personal PD.
Trustee Gimber?
So I think that this motion was supposed to kind of go after the discussion and maybe approval of the PSBA membership after the presentation was made. So I would maybe suggest postponing this until after the November presentation about the PSBAA.
Do you want to make that motion?
Yes, please. I would like to make the motion to postpone this motion until the November meeting, please.
Any discussion? Poitras?
Thank you. I appreciate all the conversation and the intent behind it. I really thought that it would go together, the membership and the professional learning, but I do see that they can be two very different ones. However, based on the fact that we know our budget, that we currently know our budget for this year, and that we are going to be discussing it in November, and perhaps joining. I think it would be pertinent to vote on this now. I don't necessarily think that whether we're members or not, it will change the outcome because we already know our budget for this year. So I would maybe, I would feel comfortable voting on it today and then revisiting it next year if we are members. So for that reason, I would vote against postponing it. It's been on the books for a while.
Any other trustees have discussion, comments regarding postponing this motion? Trustee Agus?
I agree with Trustee Waitress because we have been looking at this for a long time, and we have had discussions about about going to PSBAA events, and they come up quite frequently, and not frequently, but a lot of times they're online. So it would just make things easier if people knew one way or another what they could do, that they can go to these if they want to.
Trustee Kimber?
So we're always saying that we want to know the costs of everything before we make a decision on something. And I don't see how we can vote one way or the other on this motion as it exists right now because we don't know the cost of PSBA membership and what's going to be included and what's not, because we haven't decided that yet. So to me, we need to postpone this motion because if it did get voted down, then it can't come back, right? So, yeah, so I think we should be postponing this motion.
Any other comments about postponement of this motion? All those in favor of postponement? Against? I didn't see a vote. For postponement? So it's defeated. We are back to the original motion. Is there any further discussion? Trustee Toon.
I agree with Trustee Gimber's comments. There isn't a dollar amount here, and it's a slippery slope when it says expected professional learning. If I was a new trustee, which we'll have in a month, I would think that the expectation is that I attend PSBAA events, all of them, which mirrors a lot of the great schedule that ASBA has. So you're in essence duplicating it and duplicating the cost of that. We're not talking this could cost us a couple $1,000s. This is upwards of $50,000, $60,000 if the entire board took advantage of as many opportunities as possible. And I think that's reckless as a board when we've set the budget to say, and we've used all our PD dollars in previous years, that we're going to all of a sudden say we're going to use those additional dollars, and where are those going to come from?
Any other discussion? Then we'll call the vote on the motion. I'll read the motion. Or we'll let Trustee Poitras close.
Thank you, Trustee Long. I appreciate you chairing this portion. So I understand it being hard to we're being asked to vote on something that we don't know the dollar amount of. However, I feel very confident that there is no way that we could ever know the dollar amount of this, aside from at the end of the year going back and calculating it, and it would be very different year to year, depending on if people are attending in person or if they're attending virtually, how much time they have to do these things. It is, it's difficult. Even all of our ASBA stuff is not included, to my understanding, at this time. So I think knowing that the budget is what it is and knowing that it's very tight, I think that taking this year to discuss PSBAA membership, what that looks like and what all it includes, And then revisiting this next year would be the most fiscally responsible thing to do, as we've already approved our budget for this year. So for that reason, I will be voting against this motion, and I encourage you all to just think about our fiscal responsibilities while we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Poitras. Anybody else? No. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve PSBAA, Professional Learning Opportunities, be included in the expected professional learning and receive remuneration. All those in favor? Opposed? Defeated.
Thank
I
you.
turn it back over to Chair Poitras.
Thank you, and Trustee Vice Chair Long. We appreciate that. Okay, we are now. Okay, we're going to just take a 5-minute break before we jump into policy. It's a nice big, we've got a lot to cover in our policy and a lot of great changes coming forward. So it's 9:55 at 10 o'clock sharp, please. We will come back and move on to F7. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Welcome back. I can't, like 10:02. It's better than I thought we were going to do. Okay, so we're going to move on to F7. Trustee Yegus, are you okay if I read them one at a time and we address them one at a time as the chair? Okay, perfect. So Trustee Yegus is the Policy Committee Chair. She will update the Board of Trustees on proposed policy updates. We'll also ask that Nikki please bring them up as we're discussing each one. So first one, Board Policy 5, Trustee Code of Conduct. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees have reviewed and approved the first reading of the newly adapted Board Policy 5, Trustee Code of Conduct as presented or amended. This is being moved by Trustee Yegus. And Trustee Yegus, could you speak a little bit to why this one is a first reading and some of the other ones are not, before we go over some of the changes? Thank you.
This is a whole new, we have changed the entire policy from what it was, and according to policy, we have to do the readings on this policy and then take them to the public, through the school council, so that they understand what we're doing. So you have all been sent the code of conduct and sanctions, and this is basically, last time on the other one, we had the code of conduct and the sanctions were as an appendix. So now it's all together. So we have presented this to you. I hope you all had a chance to review it. There are some changes that we put in it, of course, when we looked at this. This has been looked at through lawyers, so we hope that there isn't anything in here that should be controversial or anything. So I guess my question is if anybody does have any questions on this.
Okay, thank you very much, Trustee Yegus. We'll go to Trustee Long first.
I read this through, and I could be wrong. Trustee Yegus, you'll know this policy better than I do. I didn't see anywhere in there where it specifically dealt with the behavior of trustees' conduct during meetings. And after reading it, I thought, well, that's pretty important, how we conduct ourselves during our meetings. And I didn't see anything in here that dealt with that.
Thank you, Trustee Long. Go ahead, Trustee Yegus. Sorry.
Under Board Policy 8, the organized operations, it talks about what during meetings. It talks about what happens during meetings, and also under Board Policy, the Code of Conduct for the board and the trustee policies. I think that's 3 and 4, if I'm not mistaken. No, yeah, 3 and 4. It talks about the conduct of trustees. So it's pretty. This is basically sanctions for people for things that have happened. It's more of a global kind of thing. Maybe one of the other people on the policy committee could jump in at this point.
Okay, thank you. Did anyone else want to speak to it? We'll go to Trustee Hodges first.
I think even in the beginning of this, it talks about trustees shall conduct themselves in an ethical, prudent manner. This includes proper use of authority and appropriate decorum in group and individual behavior. Trustees shall behave in a manner that reflects respect for the dignity and worth of all individuals. And I think overall, I think that should reflect how a trustee should behave. And like Trustee Yegus said, throughout our policies, we also have more in depth on behavior and stuff like that. Again, this is just something that is, like Trustee Yegus said, more globally. If this is more code of conduct and how we can take steps if something is out of line.
Thank you, Trustee Hodges. Any other comments on that piece from Trustee Long? Go ahead, Trustee Toon.
Appreciate Trustee Long bringing this up, and kind of reading it, I think, like a similar was mentioned, our policy is general. If we put in meetings specifically in there, it could create an unintended consequence of a loophole. If saying that we have to do this in meetings, the expectation that we might not have to do this outside of meetings or at other times. So if I like the part that Trustee Hodges highlighted, and I think that's encompassing of all the time that we're a trustee, which we know is all the time. We can't take that hat off. So I think great discussion, but I appreciate the work of the policy committee also bringing this forward. I think this has a lot of great things encompassed in it that will help serve us in the jurisdiction well.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, Trustee Yegas.
I just looking at number 5, I don't know if the word should be in there. It should be off of there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Related to.
Yeah, it says on the relating to, and then it says camera, so that should be in camera, common, in camera, business or personal services. So in camera rather than just camera, then it makes more sense. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Hopefully that answers your question, Trustee Long. Is there any other questions just during this first reading? Okay, I had one just when we were looking at it a little bit. It talks about a trustee who wishes to commence an official complaint under the Code of Conduct, or a trustee, that's number 20, and then also or 21. Number 20 says, a trustee who believes that a fellow trustee has violated the Code of Conduct may seek resolution of the matter through appropriate conciliatory measures. My question is what if a member of the public wished to bring forward a complaint? Go ahead, Trustee Hodges.
The government has now set out that we call an initiative that they passed for any public complaints for trustee or elected officials.
That's all elected officials. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So that's great. Do we need to, I guess my question is, do we need to reference that in here? If a member of the public has, wishes to, put in a complaint, they could go through this office or whatever. If I wanted to make a complaint, I think I would look to our Code of Conduct, but maybe that's not true. So go ahead, Trustee.
Well, all they have to do is look at the government site and they will find that the act that talks about that. So it wouldn't be difficult to find with that one.
And the policies on our books guide our work, not the public's work. So I believe that at this time, I don't think it's necessary to put in this policy.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments around this policy update? Okay, seeing none. Oh, yep. Seeing none, we'll have Trustee Yegas close.
I'd just like to say when we went through this and talked about it, it became a lot more easier to follow and to see what we have to do in terms of sanctions, so that we're not guessing, I guess you could say, when something happens, and it does set out in quite detail, I think, what to do if sanctions need to be imposed. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Yegas. The motion reads that the Board of Trustees have reviewed and approved the first reading of the newly adapted Board Policy 5 Trustee Code of Conduct as amended. All those in favor? Perfect. Board Policy 9, Committees of the Board. Section 8, Combined Appeal and Discipline Committees, June 26, 2023 meeting motion. K-4, Policy Review Committee is added to review and recommend trustee handbook changes to the board. Set 2-year policy review schedule. O, Trustee Timesheet and Expense Claims Committee added terms of reference, June 26, 2023. Appendix B, External Board Representatives, the Wisdom and Guidance Council, deleted and was changed to 2 representatives. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the changes to Board Policy 9, Committees of the Board as presented or amended. This is being made by Trustee Yegus. Yeah. And we will have her speak to it.
Okay, first of all, on that appeal and discipline committees, we've always had them as 2. We've always had 3 3 trustees sitting on each one. They very seldomly sit, and remember, any trustee can be called to this if necessary, if the other ones don't, if somebody isn't available. So I think by combining these 2, unless somebody could find a problem with that, which I can't think of one, but maybe administration can. I think it'll be, all we're doing here is just having 3 trustees that will sit on both of these committees. It just makes more sense. And I don't think in the last 4 years they've ever met.
Thank you, Trustee Yegus. Trustee Hodges?
Just a question for clarity, as I was thinking about this just now. When we combine the appeal and discipline committees, I know that the board as a whole can be called for this. I'm just wondering that if we happen to in 1 year have an appeal and a discipline, should it be separate trustees that do those meetings, that committee? Or does it make a difference or not? I don't know who is best to answer that question, but I just wondered if we're going to combine them, and not that it happens and it might not ever happen, but if they happen to happen in the same year, do we need different trustees for each one?
Thank you, Trustee Hodges. This gives us a lot to think about. Yeah, go ahead, Trustee Yegus.
I was wondering maybe if the superintendent or Jeff can maybe answer this, or any of the other central office administrators.
Thank you.
That's a good question. I don't foresee any issue. I'm just trying to think of what's all on policy 14 that is appealable. Would there be a disciplinary, issue then that's appealable? And if the same committee members were on both, would that be the best thing? I can't think of anything off the top of my head, though.
Thank you, Superintendent Seguin. I had a question. From my recollection, the reason we had all members on here is because when certain situations like this come up, we want to make sure that we have the most appropriate trustees on that committee at the time. So that might mean a trustee who has kids in the same school as that student might not be the best to be on that committee, or if you have personal relationship with someone involved. And that's why I thought we had kind of left it for the whole board. I know that this gives the ability to change out a trustee if needs be, but I wondered if we were faced with one of these situations and needed to kind of have those best fits, if this was really necessary to make this change, as it's not really a big deal to have all of us sitting there. I guess this is talking about combining the 2, though, not changing the representation. It's always been 3 trustees? Oh. Please scratch that from the books. Nikki, rewind, erase. Okay, sorry about that. Just talking about nothing. Anyone else have any questions that are actually relevant? Trustee Gimber?
I would just say, as chair of both of those committees, I was going to bring it up at the organizational meeting to discuss this, but really, there's no harm in just leaving them there. Sure, we haven't met, but at the same time, no harm, no foul.
Okay, thanks, Trustee Gimber. Okay, does anyone else have any, I was just taking a kind of a pause there to think about all this. Does anyone else have any questions before we vote on, it would be, yeah, amalgamating these two? Seeing none. Okay, so that is among the other things in this motion, but the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the changes to Board Policy 9, Committees of the Board, as presented then. That was made by Trustee, oh, yep.
So are there other changes on policy 9?
Yes,
That
if
we're going to discuss?
If you flip over to this side,
Sorry.
this lists them all. So if anyone has, sorry, I guess I jumped the gun there a bit. If anyone has any questions about any of these, we can discuss them now, and if we need to separate them out.
I haven't talked about the other changes, so.
Sorry, Trustee
I just,
Yeagas.
yeah, I just looked at the combining the Appeals and Discipline Committee changes. Yeah, the first one. So, under the Policy Review Committee, this is changes to the terms of reference on it. Yeah, these should really have been separated. But anyhow, the terms of reference is to add, to review and recommend trustee handbook changes to the board. And another purpose that they do is to set a 2-year policy review schedule. So those are the two additions to the powers and duties of the Policy Review Committee. Is any
questions or concerns around that one? Seeing none, go ahead.
okay? Under the Trustee Timesheet and Expense Claim Committee, add the terms of reference, and yeah.
Okay.
Just,
Any
I
questions?
just want to bring up, okay. Is membership? Okay. Okay. Is there any questions about that, the terms of reference for that committee? Okay. For the, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to, yeah. For the time, there was only 2 of the things for policy 9. What's this appendix B, external board representatives? That would be policy 10. That's not policy 9. No, I'm sorry.
It was just a change in, sorry, if you slide down.
Wisdom and Guidance Council, delete, where did this come
Sorry,
from?
Trustee Yeagas, if you'll just look at the screen here, it used to be that we weren't representatives, so we moved it to representatives and just equal representatives, not a chair and a vice chair or a representative and an alternate. Both trustees go to all Wisdom and Guidance Councils, and so they are now both listed as representatives instead of a representative and an alternate.
Okay.
That's the change that was made.
Thank you, because that wasn't discussed at our policy. Okay, any questions on that from anybody? Or I guess the board chair should be answering that. Those were all the changes. Now, I don't know if everybody has done their changes or had looked at their terms of reference, all the committees, but these have to be looked at for the organizational meeting. Thank you, trustee. Okay, I'll close with it.
I'll just wait and see if there's any questions first. Go ahead, trustee Gimber.
Nikki, would you mind scrolling down a little bit so I can take a look at the bottom, please? So these changes here with the PSBA membership ad hoc, are we talking about those two? And then just above, how we made the changes in the Nanton Solution ad hoc?
There's no change.
Well, it's highlighted. We made changes. We changed like we took.
It's already added.
Okay, so you're just talking about what's actually in there. I noticed at the very top, the leaders, what is that committee called? Yeah, it's been removed off of here, but I don't think we discussed it.
Sorry. So yeah, just in the committees, Livingston Leaders is no longer listed. Nikki, are you finding the motion around that? Okay. So just for clarity, if something is removed through motion, then it doesn't have to come back as the approval, but should be reflected here, yes. So we'll just give Nikki a moment to find that, which we appreciate you doing.
That was on another motion, wasn't it?
It was made through motion.
Yes.
And so it shouldn't have to be reflected here, but we're just
No.
going to double check. And,
Okay, thank you.
I'll be
Maybe we can vote on this and come back to that after, if Nikki?
why don't we put it on the table while Nikki's looking for it, and then we can move to the next one and come vote on this one.
Sure, yeah,
After.
that's better than
Okay.
to continue.
Yeah, and we'll let Nikki do that. So we will, do we need a vote to put it on the table?
I move that we put this on, table this motion until after we get the information in this meeting.
Okay. Okay, all in favor of putting it on the table? Okay, that's passed.
Okay, Board Policy 8. I think pretty soon Board Policy 8 is going to have to be a book on its own. Poor Nikki.
That's okay, let's, okay. No,
I
that's okay.
know, and Board Policy 8.
So we'll just pause for 1 second. Trustee Yegus, are you going to make this motion as well?
Yes,
Okay,
unless somebody else wants to.
that's okay, you're speaking to it. So Nikki has, yeah, okay, okay. Do you want to pick up from the table? Okay, I make a motion that we take from the table.
Are you sure?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so on June 26th, you guys adapted the new updates to Board Policy 9, which is committees of the board, and it was a recommendation at that time to remove Livingston Leaders. It was just in the policy, and it was one of the things that were changed.
Okay, what is the motion for that number?
Okay.
And then,
Sorry, I'll just find it. So on the 26th of June, 2023, the number is 22-230, and it just says the Board of Trustees approve the proposed changes to Board Policy 9 committees of the board as amended. So then when you go back to the actual posting that you guys put on there, it was recommended that that be removed.
okay, thank you. Go ahead, trustee Gimber.
Thank you, and I apologize for forgetting that.
Oh, so many things I've forgotten. Okay, thank you. So now we can move ahead with Board Policy 8. That has been moved by trustee Yegus, and we've got it on, we're just going to get it up on the screen. Sorry, we're moving on to This one, Board Policy 8, Board Operations. Oh, you want to vote on it? Yes, I picked it off the table and we need to vote on it now. Okay, so now that I picked it up off the table, well, is there any closing that you wanted to do around that the Board of Trustees approve the changes to Board Policy 9 committees of the board as presented or amended? So first of all, is there any other conversation? Seeing none, would you like to close?
I think all of these are self-explanatory.
Thank you. All in favor? That is carried, and we will jump back into Board Policy 8, Board Operations. That has been moved by Trustee Yeagas, and she can speak to now.
Okay, Board Policy 8, Board Operations, 6(1)B. All the way down here. As I said, it's a long one. Just excuse me, okay. Did you get it? Is it up on the board? Okay, it's, oh, where am I? It should say ASBA Speakers Corners, add that. That's F, 6(1)BF.
Sorry, I had a question.
Yeah,
Our speakers' corners, just to clarify, I think this is right, but speakers' corners are a virtual event only. That's correct. You cannot, even if you live in Edmonton, or you can't attend them in person. Someone can confirm that? We're all shaking our heads. Okay, thank you.
I think as far as we understand to this point, yeah. Yeah, okay. 6.4.C. Okay. Add $25 per night for private accommodations while traveling on school division business. That basically means that if you stay at your relatives or friend's place, you could get $25 a night to give to them. Okay. And then on Appendix C, we'll add breakfast to be covered when the trustees leave home at or before 7 a.m. Supper to be covered when trustees arrive home at or after 7 p.m. And no, Trustee Long, we're not coming here. You're not leaving Coleman at 7 o'clock to pick me up. Okay.
Okay. And then,
Add
one more.
Appendix D, board practices and behaviors. And this was what we did with the norms. And this, remember, we can add or change these as we want because this isn't policy, so this is appendix. Those are the additions to the board operations. Any questions, I guess, at this point?
Thank you, Trustee Yeagas. We'll go to Trustee Hodges.
I just want to say too that the $25 added into our policy and then the before 7 and after 7 were in line with our timesheets. It was in the appendix below. So we were just taking this policy and making them line up with our timesheets. So that if you wondered where they came from, that's where that came out of, because our timesheets reflect that in the appendix part of it. And then so we added it into policies so that everyone could clearly see they lined up.
Thank you for that clarification, Trustee Hodges. We'll go to Trustee Toon.
Thanks. Just jumping back to the speaker's corner, I would be against including that in there. I think the speaker's corner is a great meeting that is a resource like anything else that is on the TLC of ASBA, that it can be accessed at any time. They record the meeting and you can jump back and watch it anytime. You could, attending it, you can ask questions, but they're not fully interactive sessions. So I would be recommending not to include that, because there's a lot of other things on the TLC that you could just, if you would like to claim for something like that, you could claim it under your personal PD. So I think adding it in there is not necessary, because it's they're not required meetings or an expectation like the rest of our board attending SGM or FGM or zone meetings.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. So Trustee Toon is wishing to amend the motion to exclude changes to 6.1 BF and create that as its own motion. So we will now just discuss this amendment to separate these two. Is there any thoughts or discussion around separating these out? Okay, I'm seeing no conversation around separating them, so we will vote. I'm just going to give Nikki a moment. Perfect. And that is being moved by Trustee Toon. Trustee Toon, did you want to speak to removing it? I mean, did you want to close on moving it? Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, as stated before, I think they're really great meetings. I attended the last one. I've attended a few of them, and I think they're really valuable. But that added flexibility of being able to view that material at any time, I think makes it easier for us to fit in scheduling wise. And there's a lot of other meetings that we could be going to, and so I think the cost just can snowball if we're adding another meeting that 7 of us could attend. They have them 5-6 times a year, and they're going to be increasing the number of those. I think the for a cost savings thing, that with that added flexibility, it makes us easy for us to watch it on the tractor or in our pajamas or fit it into our busy schedule. So I think that I'd be against, as I said, adding it in there. Thank you.
Trustee Toon, we're only speaking to why we want to separate it out. Thank you for closing on that. I will call the question. The recommendation is that we remove Board Policy 8, Board Operations, the recommendation around 6.1.B.F, ASBA Speaker's Corner being included, and make it its own separate motion to be discussed today. All in favor of separating them? That is carried. We will move that to be its own motion, but still under F7, the policy updates. So we'll just do that one next, if everyone's comfortable with that. Okay, so the recommendation is now all of the recommendations listed above, excluding that first one. Is there any more discussion around those changes? Seeing none, did you wish to close on it, Trustee Yegas? No, thank you. So the recommendation is the Board of Trustees approve the changes to Board Policy 8, Board Operations as amended. That was made by Trustee Yegas. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Okay, so the next one is Board Policy 8, Board Operations. 6.1.B.F. And that would be that we add Speaker's Corner. You're still going to be on. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that we add Speaker's Corner to the approved list of ASBA meetings. You're so close. It was just right there. Right there. Perfect. So the recommendation is that we include ASBA Speaker's Corner to the list of approved professional learning under ASBA. This is being moved by, can I get someone to make this motion? Trustee Hodges? Thank you. Did you want to speak to that, Trustee Hodges? No? Okay. Is there any trustees that would like to speak to this, ASBA Speaker's Corner, and why we'd want to add it? Trustee Gimber?
Pardon me. I think the idea behind adding the ASBA Speakers Corner was that it is a very up-to-date, timely presentation of what's going on in the world. That's information that we should know as trustees. So when it was looked at, the cost of it, because they're under 2 hours long, it seemed, I never want to say negligible, but just, is negligible even the right word? But just for the value that you can get out of it for being timely and to the point is why I think it was put on here.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber. Questions and comments around why we may be voting in favor or against this? Nothing? Okay. Trustee Toon, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just reiterate, because apparently I spoke out of turn last time. Just doing some simple farmer math, it could add $7,000 to our budget. I know it's timeliness of what's presented there, but it's easy for us to have that be covered by the honorarium fit trustees, and we can update each other if there's some of us are attending those during our PD sharing opportunities at our committee of the whole meetings. We can share that information so all trustees are aware of it and know to go look at that. So that's why I'd be against adding it.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Any other thoughts or concerns or questions, comments? Okay, I'll just speak to it a little bit so you understand my vote. I really like the Speaker's Corner. I do feel like they're timely, and sometimes when I hear things on the news that are happening in the world of education and how political it is, the Speaker's Corner can help understand that. It could be up to, if you attended 10 of them, it could be up to, around $800 for one trustee, which is the current year 4 entire PD allotment that trustees would have in the year 4. So if they went to all of the ASBA, it would use up their Speaker's Corner. It would use up all of their PD. So for that reason, I would want to make it available so that people could attend it. But because Speaker's Corner is available all the time and you can watch it whenever you want at your leisure and stuff, and it's not something that it's like, well, I had to miss work to do it or whatever. I just think with our tight budget and educational dollars being difficult to find, I think that I would vote against this at this time. So just so everyone understands my vote. Any other thoughts or comments before we have Trustee Hodges close? Seeing none. Oh, go ahead. Yes, so the motions should read, just correct me if I'm wrong, that changes to Board Policy 8, board operations, and then to add ASBA Speaker's Corner to section 6.1.b.f. So changes to Board Policy 8, Board of Operations, to add ASBA Speaker Corner, point F, as included ASBA PD. Yep, does that feel right, Trustee Toon? Or I guess Trustee Hodges, you're the one who is now making this motion. Does that seem okay?
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Toon just had it pulled. Okay, so seeing no other conversation, Trustee Hodges, would you like to close?
Thank you. Just listening to Trustee Toon speak, we do get a monthly honorarium, and I do believe that even though I've made this motion, I do believe that it is the due diligence of trustees to keep up on current things going on in the province and what's happening with education. So I do think that our monthly honorarium would cover this. As like they were stated before, these are at usually a maximum of 2-hour virtual meetings, and so you can, and they are recorded, and you can go watch them at any time. So I just would like to close on that.
Thank you, Trustee Hodges. The motion reads, the recommendation that the board change Board Policy 8, Board Operations, to add ASBA Speaker's Corner to Section 6.1.B.F as included ASBA PD. All those in favor? I'd like to record Brad's vote. Okay, sorry, I'll just add it again. All those in favor of this motion? Okay, all those opposed? That is defeated. Okay. We will move on to Board Policy 6, role of the chair. 2 is adding vice chair. 4.E, delete present. And the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the changes to Board Policy 6, role of the chair as presented. Can I get someone to make this motion? Trustee Yegas? I'll turn it to you to speak to.
This is just to add on things that are actually have been going on or have been happening, but aren't in policy. And under Board Policy 6, number 2, confer with the superintendent and the vice chair on the agenda. That's basically what it is. And the other one is to take out, it's just a housekeeping, take out present, because it doesn't make sense. Each trustee present, okay, just take out, each trustee votes on all issues before the board. So take out present. Yes?
I know that I was at this meeting when we talked about this, but now that I'm reading it, to ensure that each trustee votes on all issues before the board, what if a trustee isn't present at the meeting? Like, what if they were gone for medical reasons and the board is supposed to ensure that they vote on
Yeah,
it?
and that's why I think we had present in there, so.
Okay, so we have Trustee Gimber, and then we'll go to Trustee Yegas. Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
So if you read that as a full sentence, perform the following duties during board meetings, ensure that the trustee votes on all issues before the board. They can't be at a board meeting if they're not present.
That does clarify, thank you. Yep. Did we have that conversation when we were going over this? I think we did. Okay, thank you. That is clarifying. Any other questions or comments on these 2 changes? Seeing none. All those in favor? That is carried. Board Policy 8, role of the vice chair, add item 5, prior to each board meeting, confer with the superintendent and chair on the items to be included on the agenda. Pardon me. The order of these items and become thoroughly familiar with them. Also add item 6, keep track of items for future agendas during the meetings. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the changes to Board Policy 7, role of the vice chair, as presented. I'm assuming this is Trustee Yegas making this recommendation. Yep. And I will have you speak to it.
Okay, I think basically with this is what has been happening, and this is just to ensure that the vice chair, who's ever putting their name for vice chair, knows what their duties are going to be. And could I just ask that this is just a formality on this, that number 4 be put at the end? So, as I said, this is just to bring the policy up to date with what is basically has been starting to happen. And actually gives more duties to the vice chair. So,
Thank you, Trustee Yegus. Any questions or comments around these changes? Seeing none, do you wish to close? Okay, thank you. So the recommendation reads that the Board of Trustees approve the changes to Board Policy 7, role of the Vice Chair as presented. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you so much, Trustee Yegus. You can breathe easy again.
I could just like to close on that and say thank everybody for putting up with us for these changes because we had to go through policy and do some changes on things to make them just, so that everybody understood what's going on. So thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And we appreciate the work of the policy committee to always be keeping us up to date on the policies and them current with the motions that are coming through. We will now move on to action item F8, trustee pay period adjustment. The trustee timesheet committee would like the board to consider adjusting the trustee pay period, or the trustee monthly pay period from the current calendar month to start the day after our board meetings and ending the day of our board meetings. This will allow the trustee timesheet committee the time to meet, assess, and make any recommended changes to the timesheets and get them into payroll by month's end. So the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees adjust the monthly pay period to run from the day after a monthly board meeting and ending on the day of the monthly board meeting. Did someone from the timesheet committee want to make this? Or I can, yes? Okay, I'll put Trustee Toon. And then Trustee Toon, did you want to speak to that?
Thanks. In discussions with the committee, we felt that having consistency is key, and with the months ending at different times and making it hard for the committee to meet and get things into administration, this would be the best way to do it, having the consistency of whenever the board meeting is, at the end of that day, that's the close of the pay period. That's when you fill out your timesheet and get it in the next morning. So really hope that we can provide any clarity else around the rationale, but sometimes if there's issues with adding the committee, it's an extra step for us to talk to the trustee and get any clarity on things that are getting submitted or make changes if there was something was adjusted in error. And having it at the end of the month, we found that it was challenging to get that all done and get it into payroll in time to meet the deadlines. So we didn't want to be constantly switching the date, so it's easier for everyone to remember. We have a board meeting today, for an example. At the end of the day, you would fill out your claim form, and then you'd submit that claim form by the next morning.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Trustee Long?
And of course, if you have claims after that date of the timesheet committee, you would put those on your next month's timesheet.
Okay, thank you. Do you have questions? Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
If that's the case, I think this needs to be amended to reflect that. You could take off the when it begins, because right now the way it's reading is that you're only going to be paid from the day after the monthly board meeting and ending the day of the monthly board meeting for that month. So anything prior to that, it doesn't cover that in this motion. I would maybe suggest taking out where the pay period starts, and then that would help anything that was previous. That was
Thank you,
missed.
Trustee Gimber. So the recommendation would then read that the Board of Trustees adjust the monthly pay period to end on the day of the monthly board meeting.
Yes, please.
Okay, we will only be discussing that amendment. Is there any questions around that piece? Trustee Hodges? Just around the amendment, sorry.
Yeah, not a question, more of, I really do feel like that clarifies it because I was reading it, having the same struggle with what it was reading. So I appreciate this coming forward.
Thank you, Trustee Hodges. Trustee Yegus?
I was just wondering what the Secretary Treasurer feels, or what they feel about it with payroll, what their impressions are.
Thank you, Trustee Yegus. Mr. Perry?
So, excuse me, my understanding is it doesn't affect the payroll side of things. It's a matter of when the committee can get that information into payroll to be able to be processed. And so payroll would still be paid on the same day that it typically is paid on. It's just that this gives the committee the time to process those, submit them to payroll so that there's not a rush at the end of the month to try and do that and find a time to meet. I think that's how I understand it. So it doesn't affect payroll processes.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. I have a question. I have a question about this to the timesheet committee. What happens on a month when there's a motion that maybe changes the board meeting to the 2nd of the following month, and then you need to have everything into payroll? When does it need to be into payroll? Isn't it by the end of the month? So then if there was a board meeting on the 2nd of November or whatever month, then technically that pay period would end, but we would have missed payroll. So what would happen on a month like that?
So my understanding would be that you would have it on the last meeting date of the month. So you don't bridge months, so we'd still have multiple meetings in October. So it would just switch to the last meeting of the month. That's why it doesn't say, monthly board meeting. It doesn't say regular, it doesn't say committee of the whole, it doesn't specify what board meeting, it says a board meeting. So whichever is last, if committee of the whole is last, that's the last meeting date. If it's a regular public board meeting, that's the last meeting. So we're still having the consistency of whatever the month is, because December it's earlier, so we still have time to meet and get that in for whenever the pay period is.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that clarity. The last board meeting of that month. Thank you for that clarity. Any other questions? Yeah, Trustee Gimber?
I would consider that a friendly amendment to my amendment.
What would you want to amend? Because it does say the last, on the day of the last board meeting. It doesn't specify which meeting. So what amendment, what wording would you like to use?
Take out board,
The last,
maybe,
on the day of the monthly meeting?
and on the day of the
Then it leaves
last
it to
meeting.
your own. It has to be the whole board, right? Because if my last
Yeah.
meeting is on, that would be my,
Adding the word last would be
Okay.
how to reflect what you were saying.
of the last monthly board meeting. Perfect. Thank you, Trustee Gimber. That's considered friendly with yourself, so perfect. Trustee Hodges?
Just a question around this, because so are you looking at the last Monday of the month? But then, because that's usually our last meeting, so then you're talking, so committees can meet after that, but that's not a board meeting, because it's not committees, it's not everybody. So if you're looking for consistency, should it not be the last Monday meeting of the month?
No, so it usually does fall on a Monday, but, so like this month, it would be, the pre-organization, sorry, yeah, next month in October. If the October 30th meeting was moved, it would be the 23rd board meeting. But sometimes that might happen on a different day if for some reason we had to switch it to a Tuesday because it was a holiday or something. So it would just be the last meeting of the month that was the entire board together. And as chair currently, or the new chair, I think we could try and make sure that we always, like timesheet committee tries to send it out, reminding everyone, today's the last day, please have your timesheets in within 24 hours, but it would be the last meeting where we are all together each month, if that clarifies. Okay, any other questions? Go ahead, Trustee Toon.
Yeah, great question, Trustee Hodges. That, like, summertime would be an example. We've typically met on Wednesdays in the summer or other times. So our singular board meeting when we meet in the summer, that the day after would be when timesheets are due. And like always, you don't have to submit the timesheet in the month. If somebody gets busy and does it a month late, that's okay. But I agree with what Chirpo just said, having the consistency of reminding people that it might take a little bit of getting used to do this, but I think it'll really help the committee have the flexibility to investigate any anomalies with the timesheets. Why did Trustee Toon submit something way off everyone else, and have time to deal with that as opposed to being rushed on that?
Thank you. Trustee Gimber?
I'm just wondering if the timesheet committee considered just setting it, let's say, the 25th of the month, instead of something that could be considered confusing. That would give, no matter which month it would give ample time, and if the last monthly meeting was after that, then it just goes on the next month. I'm just wondering if it was considered.
Did someone from the timesheet want us? I can speak to it. Or Greg, if you want to speak to it. Trustee Long?
Yeah, I don't see how that changes anything. You're still setting a day of the month when you want people to have their timesheets in. So whether you say it's the last meeting where the board meets, or it's the 24th or 26th, you're still setting a day in the month when you want to have the timesheets in. So I don't see how that changes anything.
Also, as a timesheet committee member, we did speak about maybe putting it a week before, or, like the last Friday of the month. The reason we didn't do that is because this way it's a day where a meeting is happening, and so we can give that reminder, whereas a week before the end of the month or the 25th of the month might end up being on a Monday or a holiday, and then we haven't been together or had that reminder as much. However, it is up to every trustee to know that their timesheets are due, and that email reminder goes out. So while I don't think it makes a big difference, I wouldn't be opposed to it as a timesheet committee. I think the 25th of every month allows us, 5 days to get it in, which has so far always been ample time. So I don't think that the timesheet committee would be opposed to that amendment if that was proposed. Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
I just have one more question. So this just says when the pay period runs. It doesn't say when you actually have to have your timesheet in.
That's correct. That is correct. Go ahead, Trustee Toon.
I would like to make an amendment to add in the timesheet is due the following day, at noon the following day of closing the pay period.
I'll consider that friendly.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're just going to take a pause here for a minute. I'm going to read how it will read now so that we can all consider it and think about it. And if it makes sense to us. So it currently reads with the current amendment reads that the Board of Trustees adjusts the monthly pay period to, end. That's okay. She's just gonna copy and paste it here. Okay, so that to end on the day of the last monthly board meeting. Okay, that the Board of Trustees adjusts the monthly pay period to end on the day of the last monthly board meeting, and that timesheets to be submitted by noon the next day. Just timesheets, yeah. Okay, that the Board of Trustees adjust the monthly pay period to end on the day of the last monthly board meeting. Timesheets to be submitted by 12 noon the next day. Does anyone think it needs, that the Board of Trustees adjust the monthly pay period to end on the day of the last monthly board meeting of that month? What, do you guys think that's, like, for clarity, right?
Yep, I think this is good.
Okay, this is good. Okay, so is there any discussion or other amendments to the amendment, or are we ready to vote on the amendment? Any discussion around it as it sits? Trustee Gimber, I will allow you to speak to your amendment if you'd like to close on it.
Thank you all for making the amendment what it is.
Thank you so much. So we are just voting on the amendment made by Trustee Gimber, and the amendment now reads that the Board of Trustees adjust the monthly pay period to end on the day of the last monthly board meeting, timesheets to be submitted by noon the next day. All in favor of the amendment? That's carried. Okay. So this is our new motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion around changing it to a date, leaving it on the board meeting day? Trustee Gimber?
I'm just wondering if it automatically goes to policy to be put into policy, or if it's something that we need to state here.
If a motion affects policy, then policy should automatically go and do it. It shouldn't have to be assigned. Yes. Looking for any further questions or comments? Seeing none. So we are now voting on the motion that reads that the Board of Trustees adjust the monthly pay period to end on the day of the last monthly board meeting. Timesheets to be submitted by noon the next day. This motion originally is made by Trustee Toon. Would you like to close on it? Okay. All in favor? Please remember to submit your timesheets by noon tomorrow. Okay, perfect. So that's carried. We will move on to F9, Method of Accountability Ad Hoc Committee. This is being in the response to the June 26, 2023 postponed motion number 22-220, that the Board of Trustees move to postpone the question until the board is available to revisit the current Grand Prairie method of accountability, end quote. The original question, quote, that the Board of Trustees adapt the current Grand Prairie method of accountability to measure current board effectiveness and move forward with its as an additional measure with results to be reported yearly at a public board meeting will be discussed. Oh, end quote, will be discussed. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees adapt the current Grand Prairie method of accountability to measure current board effectiveness and move forward with it as an additional measure with results to be reported yearly at a public board meeting. This is being moved by Trustee Toon, and I will turn it to him to speak to. Thanks, Trustee Toon.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity again to discuss this. I think there's been a lot of time that has passed in this process, and I think this is a great opportunity to, again, look at ways that we as a board can measure our effectiveness and how we are doing year to year without, as late Trustee John Lehner said, a tummy test where I feel like we're getting better, or feels like we're doing better than last year or the year before, but this is a tangible way that we can hold ourselves accountable and be accountable to the public. I think the flexibility that this method provides, that this is an LRSD solution. It's not a Grand Prairie solution. It's not another board solution. This is our solution. So we own this, that we adapt it. And I really appreciated the opportunity we had to sit with administrators last time and go through what data is already available, what's being collected. So this isn't an arduous process, so it doesn't make huge time consuming to them, but even just the drafting of it once this comes forward, once you have established what you're going to track and measure, it's easy to go back and look from the past 2-3 years that we've been a board, or even beyond that if we'd like, to see how things are improving and see. I think it'll really highlight those areas, and has been said multiple times in board meetings, what gets tracked gets the light shown on it, and I think gets improved because that aligns with our priorities. So I think that this would be, I'd love to sit with the board again and with the new trustee in the coming months and go over what we as a board want to look at and track and get data on it and compile it all together. We get great stuff currently from administration, but I think there's a lot of other things that we could be looking at and that align with our priorities and our vision and mission of what this board wants to achieve and help learn and grow. So again, appreciate this opportunity to look at this method of accountability.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. We will open it up for questions and comments. Clarity, we'll go to Trustee Hodges.
I just have a question around it. I agree that it's always good to measure board effectiveness, but I'm just wondering, because a lot of time has passed on this, is there time now set forward to when you want to see this happen? Because we can have this motion, but there's no dates or anything tied to it, so that to get the work moving ahead. I just wondered if this passes, we need to have set dates put in place, because it's already says to be reported yearly at public board meetings. And so when do we want this to start? When are we going to meet? And when is it going to be reported? At the end of the year, at the beginning of next year? I guess I don't know if that's something that we sit down and as a board, we set those dates, but I think that if this passes and we want this to move forward, I think we need to set some timelines around it.
Thank you, Trustee Hodges. Trustee Gimber?
I think that we definitely need some kind of method of accountability, and this is a great tool. From what I've seen, it's a perfect tool for it. This is also a really good time to implement it, because we are right at the beginning of the year. We're going to have the new committees at the organizational meeting that we could make all of this work be part of the method of accountability ad hoc committee going forward. So maybe we don't even need it to be an ad hoc committee. Maybe it's a standing committee then for our method of accountability. It's just, we need something. The whole world works on SMART goals right now, and I know we have goals, but we don't have any way to really measure them, and that's the M in SMART. So I think that I'm in favor of this, and I'm definitely in favor of working on that committee if I need to.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber. Other questions or comments? Trustee Yeagas?
Yeah, and I totally agree that I feel that we do need some form of accountability. However, I also wonder what we have to hand out or to give to people about what this method is. I mean, just for the new trustee and everybody else, was anything found about what was done in the past, or how we set that all up, or because I don't know, when you talked about presenting to the new trustee and presenting to the board, I think we need that before we go in to start doing the accountability on it.
Thank you, Trustee Yeagas. Trustee Toon?
So we, excuse me, we have the presentation that we just looked at. I've found some stuff to do with what we went through before, but I would say we're not basing this off of what the work does, because so much time has passed. And as highlighted, this is a unique opportunity at the start of a year, at the start of a board coming together with the full complement of board after the by-election, that this is a great chance for us to go through this together. So they will be seeing it with fresh eyes, and we will as well, because we'll be going through this together and not saying, we talked about all this stuff, it was really great, just agree with us on this. We get to hear their voice is equal at the table as we go through this.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Okay, I would make an amendment that the Board of Trustees adapt the current, and this is what I think is great, is it says adapt the current Grand Prairie method, so we're just using their method and adapting it to us. So I would make the amendment, adapt the current Grand Prairie method of accountability to measure current board effectiveness and move forward with it as an additional measure, with the results to be reported yearly at a public board meeting, period. And then move that the method of accountability ad hoc committee become a permanent committee of the board, or a regular committee of the board. Be made a regular, become a regular committee of the board. Trustee Tin, would you consider that friendly? And I don't believe it
Yes.
changes the intent, so we'll just add that as a friendly amendment. Trustee Hodges, go ahead.
Is it okay to ask the chair of this committee if he would like a timeline on this to be presented at another board meeting? Or when did you feel like that needed to be set in this motion, or are you okay with?
Yeah, so just for clarity, once it's voted in, it automatically becomes, and so the measures will have to come into a place right away. And from what I understand, then it would be up to that committee to present to the board when that should happen. Trustee Toon, did you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I think with putting the committee in permanently, that helps facilitate that because there'll be eyes on it. It's not reliant on the chair and the vice to try and squeeze it in. There's people that do policy that do the great groundwork and bring it forward. Will, I think, help facilitate this coming forward. But I agree. Once this is in place, it's a big process and there's a lot to it. But I'm confident we'll be able to go through this. And I love the yearly reporting back because it's not a set it and forget it. It's we're going to do this work and then we're going to bring it back to the board and we're going to bring it back to the public for them to see it.
Thank you. Go ahead, Trustee Yegas.
If this is passed, as is, and it's going to become a regular board, a regular committee, then we're going to have to come up with the frame of reference. But also, I think, remember, we got an organizational meeting coming up, and this has to be done prior to that, so that, because at that point, we will be electing people to that position, to that
Absolutely.
committee.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you for that reminder. Okay. Any other questions, comments, amendments, concerns? Okay. This is being made by Trustee Toon, and the recommendation currently reads that the Board of Trustees adapt the current Grand Prairie method of accountability to measure current board effectiveness and move forward with it as an additional measure with results to be presented yearly at a public board meeting, and that the method of accountability ad hoc committee become a regular committee of the board. Trustee Toon, did you want to close on that?
Thank you. Appreciate the discussion and want to thank everyone for the time that we've spent on this process. And I know it's been some time passed in between, especially with COVID and changing of boards and doing some of this work. But I think that any time that we can hold ourselves accountable and shine a light on work that we're doing, I think that highlights to the public how much we care about our roles. And I know all of us as trustees are really dedicated to be here for our communities and to those that we all serve. And so I think that this is just another way that we can highlight the role of a trustee and the work that we do.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. We will now vote that the Board of Trustees adapt the current Grand Prairie method of accountability to measure current board effectiveness and move forward with it as an additional measure with results to be reported yearly at the public board meeting. Also, that the method of accountability ad hoc committee become a regular committee of the board. All of those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Okay. F10, Rural Caucus. Trustee Toon has served as Rural Caucus Vice Chair for the past 2 years. As the current chair, he completed the maximum term. Trustee Toon is seeking approval for board support to run for the chair position. As the current vice chair, is that what that should read? Oh, when you were chair, got it. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees support Trustee Toon in letting his name stand for Rural Caucus Chair at the upcoming AGM. Did someone want to make this motion? Trustee Yegus? You're on there a lot today. Okay, did you want to speak to it or have Trustee Toon speak to it?
I'd just like to say that Trustee Toon has been the vice chair, and it'll be great to have him as chair. I hope he realizes the commitment he's making after sitting on that committee. I know the chair had a big commitment, but and the other thing is they have a pretty direct line sometime with the ASBA executive and the Minister of Education. So yes, I think it'll be great for our board to have him.
Thank you, Trustee Yegus. Trustee Toon, did you want to speak to that?
Thank you, Trustee Yegus. I appreciate the comments and support. I know that this group is very nimble in the work that it does. It runs on a pretty lean budget, and saying that in seeking this position, the current chair has done the maximum term, and so can no longer do that. So I've been asked to let my name stand to help facilitate the succession of the organization and help continue on the great work. It is a commitment for our board, as in the division would be the banker board. One of the things that they've recently installed is supports in doing that in financial. So there is money paid to the division to help compensate some of the staffing time that does that. So how it works is that your invoice for the fees, which are $250 to $400 depending on the year and what is actually expensed, get expensed from the jurisdiction, and that money gets paid to the division. And so that there is some, I appreciate the work that the current board has done, Chinook's Edge. They've done it for a while because they've had 2 chairs come from that organization, but it really helps the provincial work be done, not having full-time staff, because I don't think we could run this group if we had to hire full-time staff to do it, because that's really expensive and there isn't I feel enough work to justify that. And having that direct line, as Trustee Yeager spoke to the minister, I think it's really helped to tell the story of what's going on, because when we speak as chair and vice and meet with the minister directly, there's a lot that happens. But you speak from what you know the most experience about, and that's our Livingstone Range School Division and the great things. So I think it's provided for me an opportunity to talk about rural education and the importance of that across the province, but also highlight some of the amazing things that are happening here, and also bring up JT Foster constantly and all the capital investments that we know are so key in for rural education. So thank you.
Thanks, Trustee Toon. Did anyone have any questions around Trustee Toon putting his name forward, or any comments? Go ahead, Trustee Hodges.
I really appreciate Trustee Toon putting his name forward for this. This Rural Caucus has always been a great tool to be able to be part of this, and shout out our ruralness to get the attention of the minister and have conversations with other rural boards. I just wondered, you spoke about the banker board. Has there been conversation with the administration just to make sure that everything will work okay prior to this?
So I haven't spoke to administration about it. I thought that the best thing would be for if this motion passes, because it's not a given that I would be successful in this, that it would then provide an opportunity for admin to speak with Chinook's Edge, and they're I know from the CAS and things like that, they're really familiar with each other. But the flexibility is it doesn't assign, like, it doesn't say your secretary or your secretary treasurer or specific people need to work with the Rural Caucus. It provides flexibility for anyone that the superintendent would assign to help facilitate that. And last year, I believe it was $6,000 that it provided, and we don't meet monthly. as an executive. It's usually about every other month, and then the 2 meetings that coincide with SGM. So really, it's the benefit of that is the chair's closeness to the staff. Then it makes it easier to help. They just send out the meeting reminders and send out the invoices and things like that. So I think excuse me, the flexibility that provides the chair, but at the same time compensates the division, knowing that it is an expense to them to do those type of things.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Go ahead, Mr. Perry.
Just from the administration side, recognizing we're a rural board, I don't think we'd have any issues with that for the time period.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Perry. Okay. Seeing no other discussion around this, Trustee Yeagus has made the recommendation that the Board of Trustees support Trustee Toon in letting his name stand for Rural Caucus Chair at the upcoming AGM. All of those in favor? That is carried. Congratulations, Trustee Toon, and we wish you the best. Let us know if we can help out. Okay, we will move on to F11. Professional learning, professional development, whichever we're calling it now. Okay, I, as chair, asked to have this pulled out. There's a professional learning opportunity that is available to the trustees that's happening in our division with Leader and me, and I would like to attend it. I was wondering if Mr. Seguin, Superintendent Seguin, would speak a little bit to the 2-day event that's happening, and then I will speak to why I would like to go, if that's okay.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, as you know, our school division for the last number of years has been focusing on leadership, culture, and academics as part of our goals. And where that really stems out of is an approach called the Leader in Me, and that's an offshoot of the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Most of the trustees here, or at least some of you, have taken the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People course in the past, and it's a great course for personal and interpersonal effectiveness. Lots of major businesses, I don't know if it's Fortune 500 companies or others, have certainly had lots of training and used the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People to build their capacity of their organizations and of the staff in their organizations. There's an opportunity for members of that we would invite to come and participate in the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. It's a pilot. This course is a pilot of a beta version, I guess, of 5.0. So there's been different iterations over time, and so this wouldn't necessarily be the final version of the 5.0 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, but they were looking for a school division or other organizations to host a beta version. And so I've said that they could come to Livingstone Range, that we would try to get some people to attend. So right now we have about 25 people signed up to participate in that course, which will be offered actually this Wednesday and Thursday here in Division Office. And because it's a beta version, it is free. So Franklin Covey will be sending a facilitator from the States up to facilitate that course. The materials are free, the presenter is free, people just need to show up. And we have partners right now coming from outside of our school division. I think Horizon School Division is sending some staff. Kainai Board of Education is sending some. So we've offered this invitation to those within our school division as well as outside. We have a number of people from within our own staff here in Division Office and teachers, and I think even a school council chair is attending. So it'll be a good mix and a good opportunity for those that are facilitating to get some feedback. So again, it's a beta version. It's not the final cleaned up version. They'll be inserting different videos than they've used in the past, maybe having different activities. and discussion areas, but it is nonetheless a great opportunity. And so I think that summarizes what's happening here on the 27th and 28th.
Perfect, thank you so much. So I have done the Leader in Me training when I was school board, school council member, as a community member, and found it very helpful. I wish that I wish I could bring this forward as group trustee, as a group PD. I know it is short notice. We were made aware of it last month, but not everyone was able to, you know, realize these dates as an option. But going into this fall and the next 2 years of my term, I'm really looking forward to our governance course that we're doing up in Edmonton. And as I focus on that overall governance picture, I want to make sure that as myself, I'm doing everything I can to be the best leader and governor in this division. And after the Leader in Me training, I know that the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People would be a wonderful course to help develop some of those skills that I maybe lack in right now and would like to you know, improve in on the future. I've read the book, and it's something that I really think could, especially partnered with the governance course, benefit all of us as trustees. But you know, unless everyone can attend and we want to do it as group PD, I would ask that I be able to use my personal PD funds, as I feel this will have a big impact on my ability to perform as a trustee on this board. Is there any questions, comments? Anyone else who wanted to put their name forward for this? Or I don't think it's an option to attend virtually, right? It's kind of a interactive in person. Okay.
Yeah, it's in person.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Trustee Gimber?
I understand that there's some other people on the board right now that can't attend due to conflict. Is there an opportunity to do this again with all of our board?
Yeah, I
yeah.
could speak to that if
Yeah,
you'd like.
that'd be great, because I have no idea.
Yeah, I think those of us that have taken the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People course in the past, some of us are taking it again. It doesn't hurt to take that multiple times, and as you have conversations with different people that are in the workshops, other insights and learnings could, you know, result from that. So I don't think it would be redundant in any way. Again, this is a beta version, so this wouldn't be the final version. So it'll be a taste of what it's going to be like, but it won't be the actual finely polished full course. So to do that as a board down the road, I think would be a great learning opportunity as well.
Thank you. And so there would probably be a cost later. So just to clarify, the only cost that I'm asking to have covered is like my hours for being there. So, okay. Trustee Gimber, did you have your hand up again? I thought, yeah.
So I think it would be great for our chair to attend this then, so that she can see what the beta version is like, and maybe then make a recommendation later for the whole board to do it.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions or concerns? Okay. So the current motion reads sorry, I didn't send you one. So the motion should read that the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve Trustee Poitras attending the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People professional development session on September 28th and 27th. I said it backwards. It's okay. Okay, I moved that motion. I'll make that motion. And then all in favor? Perfect. That's carried. Go ahead, Trustee Yegus.
I was just going to mention, for the organizational meeting or prior to it, I am putting together a lot of the things that are happening this year so that we can have an idea for this, what is available. And if anybody's got anything that they know, could you please send it to me? I mean, I already got the main things, you know, the big things, but if there's any other ones like this course, I'd like to put it on there, and then so that we'll have something for the new trust and for all of us too.
Perfect, thank you. We will all send you our items if we have any to go on the professional learning list. Okay, thank you very much. We will move on to F12, awards and the art gala. This motion is being made by Trustee Hodges, and the awards committee is recommending we cancel the art gala for the fall 2023, but still do the acknowledgements and awards. This is being moved by Trustee Hodges. Thank you. Trustee Hodges, did you want to speak to it?
Yes, please. I'd actually like to move that we go in camera to share some financial information.
Okay, so Trustee Hodges is making the motion to go in camera at 11:32. All in favor? Okay, that is passed. We will move in camera now. Okay, thank you. So, wow, sorry about that. Okay, so we had a motion to come out of camera, and we are back. We are on F12, the Art Gala, and we are going to turn that over to Trustee Hodges. Shared some information in camera. I'll turn it over to you to speak publicly to now.
Thank you. I would like to actually amend my motion. I would like it to read, the awards committee is recommending we continue with the art gala for this year. I'm just waiting for Nikki so she can. Okay. That we continue the art gala for the fall of 2023. Strike that out, Nikki, there. And that the awards committee will review the art gala for the next year of 2020. I guess it would still be, 2024. I think that covers everything. Yeah,
Perfect.
thank you.
Okay, that's a friendly amendment from herself.
Yeah, I just would like to, the art gala is a very important part of, that the board really appreciates all the students sending in their artwork, and we love it decorating our halls up at the board office. Our walls look so plain when we have to take the last year's down and put up in the in-between part before we can put up the new art. And so we would like to just continue with the art gala, and then just maybe the committee can look at making some changes for next year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Trustee Hodges. Any comments or questions around this piece? Okay, seeing none. The recommendation is that the awards committee is recommending we continue the art gala for fall 2023, and that the awards committee will review the art gala for 2024. Sorry, did you want to close, Trustee Hodges? Okay, perfect. So all in favor? That is carried. Okay, thank you guys so much. F13, organizational meeting date change. Trustee 2 is making the Trustee number 2. Trustee Toon is making the recommendation that the Board of Trustees change the organizational board meeting from October 30th to November 2nd, 2023. Trustee Toon, would you like to speak to that?
Thank you. Yeah, I apologize for the late notice on this and the emergent motion that's come forward. I got notice on the weekend that some plans had changed out of my control, and so I was going to get back right the day before the meeting for family commitments, and now that wouldn't happen, so I wouldn't be even available to call in during the time of the organization meeting. And as it's such an important meeting time, I'm asked that we consider moving it till November 2nd, which would be the Thursday. I wouldn't get back till the morning of the 31st, which I know it's a long day, so I don't want to propose doing it for a half day on the 31st. So that's why I'm making the motion.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Toon, for bringing this motion forward. I'll open it up for discussion. Go ahead, Trustee Hodges.
Thanks for being honest and bringing that forward, that you have trouble with the organizational meeting. I also could have trouble with the November 2nd time because my work schedule, I set my meetings out and book off my time, and Mondays are always my day off at my other job. And so I'm probably booked already that day, but I don't know for sure until I look at my work schedule, and it's hard for me to commit to a November 2nd yet until I can look at my schedule, but it is really important that we're all there. The organizational meeting is a very important part of our board work and our committees, and and where we elect chair and vice chair and stuff. So I appreciate the thought behind it. So I just, I'm sorry, I don't know how I feel about it quite yet.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Hodges. Trustee Toon?
Thanks. There wasn't anything specific about the second. I just picked that date as the next time. If November 6th would work better. We don't have anything booked on that day, and I know that traditionally is a better day for Trustee Hodges, but whatever the board feels, or setting an alternate date, whether it's one or the other.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Toon. Trustee Long?
I know there were reasons for the organizational meeting being on the 30th, but given that it's such an important meeting and we need to try and organize this so that everyone is there, what about going back to the 23rd for the organizational meeting?
Okay, thank you, Trustee Long. So Trustee Long is making the recommendation, or is amending the motion to read that the Board of Trustees change the organizational meeting from October 20th to October 23rd, with the board meeting of a whole being on October 30th. Let's just let Nikki get the wording right to make sure you're comfortable with that, and then, sorry, then you can speak to it when it looks right to you. And sorry, Trustee Long, are you wanting to move the meeting of the whole or the pre-organizational planning meeting? It would have to be the meeting of the whole.
That's a good question. What I'm saying is that the organizational meeting is probably the most important of the three. And although we don't want trustees to miss anything, it happens. So since the organizational meeting is the most important, let's do it on a date that everybody can make it. And I just threw out the day of the 23rd because I remembered we'd said we wanted the organizational meeting to be on the 30th because of the new trustee and such. But given the circumstances, I believe we should switch one of them. So I'll leave it with the 23rd. If somebody wants to amend it to the 16th, I don't really think that makes much difference. That would be up to the trustee.
Okay, thank you. We're just speaking to the amendment now. Trustee Toon? Okay, we'll go to Trustee Yegus, then Trustee Hodges.
I'm having a real problem with our changes because we keep changing dates, and I think one of the things we've got to do is stop this changing of dates now. But anyhow, after that, we have a planning meeting on the 16th, and we have our pre-org planning meeting. I think that meeting is really important, especially seeing that we got a new trustee coming on, because at that point, we talk about our committees, of what they, the structure of our committees, what they are. And I think we need to do this. We didn't have it last time, we cut it down, and I think we need a whole day for it. So I think what we need to do is make sure we get all of these meetings before it. The suggestion is that we do some changes. Well, we can't because these all come in logical order. So if we're going to have our planning meeting on the 16th and our organizational meeting on the 23rd, somehow between the 16th and the 20th, or unless we put our board planning meeting prior to. Well, of course, we got the art gala, so it gets really difficult to do changes around after this. So we really need that pre-org planning meeting, and we need a day for it. Because I think last time we tried to shove everything into half a day, and it didn't work.
Thanks, Trustee Yegus. We'll go to Trustee Hodges and then to Trustee Long.
Thank you. If the 23rd worked for Trustee Toon, I really do think that we can make the 16th work with the planning meeting and the pre-organizational meeting. Because we are here for the art gala that night, we will be here for a longer period of time. And we could make it stop just before the art gala so that we're ready to go in a significant amount of time. If the 23rd works, if not, then I guess that's the motion on the floor. Other than that, the November 6th, but I just don't want to make it too late.
Thank you. Trustee Long?
Yeah, we're not changing the dates of our meetings. We're just changing what the meeting is going to be about. Just to add to Trustee Hodges, we could move everything back and have the meeting of the whole on the 30th. So pre-organization would be on the 16th, planning would be on the 23rd, and meeting of the whole would be on the 30th.
Sorry, I think what you mean is pre-organization 16th, board meeting and organizational meeting on the 23rd? The actual organization and
Yeah,
then
we
planning.
just
Yeah.
back everything up a week and move the meeting from the 16th to the 30th. What the meeting is about.
So just one, we'll just give Nikki a minute to put that up there so everyone can see it. And then organizational meeting on October 23rd, and then meeting of the whole October 30th.
That way you still have your pre-organization meeting before you have your planning meeting.
Trustee Gimber.
I would change that a tiny bit, that meeting of the whole at the end, move that to November 6th, because we do not have a meeting of the whole in November.
I have meeting of the whole the 13th. Okay. Did you still want to make that change then to the 6th?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Trustee Toon?
Yeah, I appreciate the willingness of the board to try and facilitate this and apologize for it being last minute in nature. That I can't do the 23rd in person. I can be virtual on that day, but I think that isn't ideal for an organization meeting and all that entails. So I would propose an amendment to the amendment that it include the November 6th date to facilitate Trustee Hodges' schedule of not being able to confirm that the 2nd works, and then we're back on the Monday schedule and you'd keep the other two the same.
So just for clarification, you want to amend the amendment to say pre-organizational meeting on the 23rd?
Yeah,
And then
on the 23rd.
meeting of the whole
On the 16th.
on the 16th, sorry, Nikki. Meeting of the whole on the 16th, pre-organizational meeting on the 23rd, and board meeting on the 6th. Would you consider that friendly, Greg? No. Okay, so now we're just voting on the amendment to the amendment, which is changing the dates. We will keep our October 16th and our October 23rd, but the board meeting will be bumped back 1 week to the 6th. So we're only discussing those dates. Is there any, I'll give everyone a minute to kind of process that.
Clarification? You mean the board meeting is on November the 6th?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So the 16th is the meeting of the whole. 23rd is still the pre-organizational meeting, which Trustee Toon would need to attend virtually, and then the organizational meeting of the board would happen on November 6th. Go ahead, Trustee Toon.
One of the advantages, I think, of having it be laid out the way it was previously, and Trustee, I guess, spoke to this, that it allows for its maximum amount of time before an organizational meeting for the new trustee. That's why we laid out having 2 meetings before. Kind of helps negate a little bit the drinking from the fire hose. They've had a committee of the whole meeting, they've had a pre-organizational meeting, and then they come into the organizational meeting. I know for all of us as trustees, it was a baptism by fire coming into that first meeting, most of which of us experienced it was the same day, having those multiple meetings in there. So it would allow a lot of time for that new trustee to get their legs under themselves and have that organizational meeting and have a better understanding of what committees and things that they'd be interested in, to ask questions and do some research on it.
Thank you, Trustee Dune. Trustee Long?
Yeah, I'm going to do about face and change my mind, and I'll accept that as a friendly amendment. I'm just being difficult. I don't need to be.
Okay. I hate to be the one to do it, but I am not here on November 6th. I am in Medicine Hat for a medical appointment. I could try to switch it, but I've been waiting a long time for it, so I'm a little hesitant to do that. So for that reason, I would not be in favor of this current amendment on the floor. Just a reminder, we're only speaking to the amendment. Go ahead, Trustee Hodges.
I still can look at my schedule for the November 2nd. I just need to be able to confirm it, and I probably could move people. So if November 2nd works best for everybody, then let's book it for November 2nd. I have enough time that I can move people right now if I am booked. So I would.
So you're speaking against this motion?
Yeah, so I would, because not everybody can make the November 6th.
Okay, so are you, okay. Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
I'm speaking against this motion. Wait. The amendment.
Sorry, just to clarify,
Okay.
Trustee Long decided to consider that a friendly amendment, so we just have one amendment on the floor right now, which is the amendment would read, yeah. Okay, so you don't want to speak to it? Okay. Go ahead, Trust. Okay.
Yeah, so hearing that date doesn't work, I would ask that we rescind the amendment if nobody's opposed to that.
I don't know about rescinding amendments. Okay, wait, just everyone pause for a minute. I don't think we can rescind an amendment. I think we would just need to vote on it. So let me just look quick, okay?
Point of order.
Go ahead.
Can we not just ask if it's to change the date on there rather than trying to, because you already got 2 amendments on there. So can we not, can we just maybe ask whoever made this amendment if they could change the date rather than trying to do another amendment to an amendment? Rather than November 6th, put November 2nd, and that will be asking Trustee Long.
Sorry. If we vote on the amendment and we vote against it, we go back to the original motion that says that the Board of Trustees change the organizational board meeting from October 30th to the 2nd. So if you vote against the amendment, we just go back to the November 2nd. Go ahead, Trustee Hodges. Okay. Is there any other discussion around the amendment? I'm going to call the question on the amendment, which reads that the Board of Trustees change the organizational meeting. Nope. The Board of Trustees have the meeting of the whole on October 16th, pre-organizational meeting on October 23rd, and the board meeting on November 6th, 2023. All in favor? Any opposed? Oh, that's all of us. There we go. Okay. So we're back to the original motion, which reads that the Board of Trustees change the organizational board meeting from October 3rd to November 2nd, 2023. Admin, Superintendent Seguin. Does that work for administrators? I'll go to trustee Gember first.
I'm sorry, I'm in Toronto, so it won't work for me.
You're so sneaky. Okay, also,
Yeah, and three of us are up at a CAS conference
And
on November
presenting.
2nd. The other thing I would, before you finalize any dates, if they're different, I would just say to ask Nikki to check the availability of the rooms too, because they often book up well in advance.
okay, so, can I make a motion? Yeah, go ahead.
Rather than continuing making amendments and motions, can we not go in camera, discuss the dates that everybody is available or not available, and then come back and make this as a motion? Because otherwise, we're going to be sitting here going from one amendment to another.
Okay, thank you. So you could make a motion to go in camera. However, I would make a motion that we table this and move to our next item that needs to happen, the Jordan's Principle update that needs to happen before Mr. Feller has another engagement. So I move that we table this item and move to item G1, Jordan's Principles Update. All in favor? That is carried. And then we can have a motion to go on camera if needs be. So thank you for that consideration. At this time, we'll move to G1, Jordan's Principal Update. Richard Feller, Associate Superintendent, HR and Learning Services, will give us an update on the Jordan's Principles, which I'm very excited. So go ahead, Mr. Fender. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. I will take that as a compliment.
I mean Feller. Mr.
Mr.
Fender is
Fender
great
is an
too.
amazing
Yes.
person and happy
You
to be
had the
associated
same
with
role.
that.
Okay, so Mr. Feller.
Super excited to share some of the information I have for you today. As you know, Jordan's Principle is an organization that makes sure that all First Nations students living in Canada can access anything from products, services, and supports they need when they need them. We've been working closely with one of the area directors, Beatrice Little Mustache, who's come forward and to help our schools access some of these resources on behalf of the family and the students that we serve. In the last year, we have been able to access some of those dollars to provide services for many of our students. And as an update, this year we've been able to access $944,213 to support our First Nation students in 6 of the schools within our division. That breaks down to 11 educational assistants, 3 teachers to support intervention and graduation rates of First Nation students. We're currently still looking for 1 Blackfoot language teacher to support Blackfoot in our classrooms in Fort Macleod and Pincher Creek, specifically in the high schools, as well as increased elder support in our communities. So we're extremely grateful for those dollars coming into our communities, knowing that they're going to benefit the students that are in our buildings. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer, but really excited to be able to share.
Thank you so much, Mr. Feller. It is very exciting to hear that these students are getting the supports. It's a big deal in education right now to be able to hire an extra 11 EAs, 3 teachers supporting, and so it is very exciting. And I guess when we look at Jordan's Principles, what's the longevity of these dollars and moving year to year, and are we going to be able to use all of these dollars? And if not, do they move forward to next year, or?
There's an application process that can allow for some transition of funds, but that's done specifically with Jordan's Principle in conversation. They are meant to be spent on the year that they are given, and so generally speaking, they would go back unless there was a plan We have had some challenges in finding some extra staff, specifically educational assistants, but we're continuing to work towards that. And there was another question you asked.
Longevity of the program, do we know?
Yeah, of the Jordan's Principal, as far as I know, that Jordan's Principal will be around forever. That's my understanding. However, yeah, that wouldn't be up to me.
Awesome. Okay, thank you very much. Trustee Hodges?
You mentioned it a little bit, Richard, that the staffing, we've had some trouble with some staffing, and you said you're still looking for a block, but I just wondered if they help with the staffing, like if they have people on a list that we can, no, it's strictly up to us to find people?
Yes.
Okay, that makes it challenging. So I just wonder how far out do you put the feelers out there to find people? Is it all over there? Okay.
We put it out to Applied Education, which goes globally.
Thank you, Trustee Hodges. Any other questions for our Associate Superintendent, Mr. Feller?
Just for future reference, we are working together with the Southwest Collaborative Support Services along with West Wind to do a group application so that we can provide some extra supports through OTPT and speech language within the two divisions.
Wow, that's fantastic. Those partnerships are key. Okay, well, I'm seeing no other questions or comments, so I want to thank you so much on behalf of the board for your work, helping the schools be able to access these applications and filling them out and accessing the dollars and getting the supports that we need for our students. So thank you very much for that and for that update.
Thanks very much, and I will pass along those thanks to the team who really are at the heart of all of this.
Okay, thank you very much. So at this time, I think that we will break for lunch and then pick up from the table after we have our lunch break. We will break until 1 o'clock, 1:10, 1 o'clock. We'll break till 1 o'clock and be back at that time. Thank you. Oh, do I need a motion? No, thank you.
Brad, can you hear me? Brad, can you hear me?
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
I can't hear anything on my end if you can hear me.
Yeah, hit that one that you're, yeah. Okay. Okay. Hey, Brad, can you hear us now? And if you can hear me, can you also hear people speaking in the background? No. Yep. You're like, what are you saying? I got it. I appreciate it. That was weird in our meeting when Clara poked fun at Greg and he was like totally unaware of it. When you were like, yeah, Greg, not just because you leave at 7 to come pick me up. And he was like, he said,
I
he
can't
still
hear
says
you.
he
Can you
can't hear
guys hear me?
anything. I know, and he was like, not listening. Recycle, cycle, to do. Okay, yep, you gotta, okay, I told them to text me if anything changes, so I'll just text them again. Can you hear me? What is that? People on YouTube can hear me? Brad, can you hear us
Can
now?
you guys hear me at all? I can't
We,
hear anything on my
we
end.
can hear you, Brad.
Brad, can you hear us by chance? So you guys
No.
switch and try another microphone.
Well, mine's on, yours is on. Brad, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
I
Yep.
can hear you now.
Oh,
You can
great.
hear me?
Okay, now Brad, you can hear me, but is there background noise that you hear, like other people talking and stuff?
Yeah, there's a little bit of an echo and some background stuff happening.
Okay, okay. We'll be conscious of it. There are some leaves falling. Okay, so we'll go with this for right now. We're just going to get everyone back in the room here and we will get ready to start. Why does it look like I'm moving and I'm not?
Early, and now we're just being frivolous.
Welcome back to the board meeting. Welcome back. Trustee Toon sends his regards that he can't be here in person, but he is joining us virtually. So thank you for being here with us virtually. And to everyone else who is joining virtually, thanks for being here. So we are going to pick up from the floor. Before lunch, we put on the table, not the floor, F13. So I move that we pick up from the table. Oh, here we go. Trustee Toon?
Yeah, are we discussing this now or tabling it till later in the meeting, or?
We are discussing it now. As long as it's voted in favor of. So I move that we now reconsider or pick up from the table item F13. Any questions or comments?
Okay, I'd like to speak to that, Madam Chair, if
Speak to postponing it till later, or speak to
I can speak to it now,
the motion, or to the bringing it up?
to the motion. It's fine either way.
Okay, we just need to vote on if we want to have the motion, if we want to pick it up from the table. So we'll just vote on that quick, and then you can speak to the motion. All in favor? Okay, so we will move forward at this time with item F13, which reads that the Board of Trustees change the organizational board meeting from October 30th to October, no, that the Board of Trustees change the organizational board meeting from October 30th to November 2nd, 2023. Sorry, I was reading the one underneath it. So that is the motion on the floor. Trustee Toon, you may speak to it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know this is challenging trying to get everything to coordinate here. I'd propose that we amend the motion away from November 5th, which doesn't work for everybody, to October 31st in the afternoon from 1 p.m. till 4 p.m. Just knowing that it's a shorter time frame, I think might help facilitate some people being able to do that. And I think 4 hours or 3 hours is more than enough time for us if we're just doing the organizational meeting portion of it.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Just for clarification, the board meeting would still happen on October 30th, and the board organizational meeting would then happen on October 31st. Is that the proposal?
So moving the organizational meeting one day later to the afternoon. I know that there was a lot of conflicts later in the week for people, and being sensitive of the requirements of legislation to have it immediately following an election. I feel like this would be a good compromise to try and achieve all that.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. So the new trustee would not be sworn in on the 30th for the actual board meeting, which means they would not be a trustee at that time and could not sit with the board or vote on any of the items, is my understanding. Is that correct?
I apologize. To move the meeting date from that date, like the actual, like we're meeting 2 other additional times, and I know there's a little bit of other meeting stuff that happens, but we're meeting in a couple weeks, so anything that isn't emergent could be pushed back to that time, and we have 2 additional days to do that. So no, I'm not. The intent isn't to meet the 30th and meet the 31st.
So your amendment would be to move the board organizational meeting and the regular board meeting to October 31st from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. Is that wording correct? I know you can't see it.
Yes, correct.
Okay,
Thank
perfect. You. Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Toon. We will now open it for questions, comments. Okay, Trustee Hodges.
Again, that's a Tuesday, which is my work week. I don't know if how booked I am. I'm probably 100% sure that I'm booked solid that day because I'm already booking into December. So I don't know if I can make that work or not, and I won't know until the end of the day today because I need to go look at my schedule.
Thank you, Trustee Hodges. Any other questions or comments around this date? Trustee Long?
Yeah, I'm not sure about the time limitations of both the organizational meeting and a board meeting in a 3-hour time.
Thank you, Trustee Long. Any other questions or comments around this amendment? Seeing none. Trustee Toon, did you want to speak to it? Did you want to close on that amendment?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll close. If trustees feel that there's more time, I'd be open to that. I just know that logistically, the flight doesn't get in enough time to start at 9 o'clock in the morning. So I want to be respectful of everyone's time and make sure that I can attend during that time. But whatever the wish of the board is.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. So we are voting on the amendment. The amendment reads, recommendation that the board, to move the board organizational meeting and regular board meeting to October 31st from the 1st to the 4th. All in favor?
My hand is raised virtually, Chair.
Got your virtual hand, thank you. And all those opposed? Okay, that is defeated. That takes us back to the regular motion that the Board of Trustees change the organizational board meeting from October 30th to November 2nd. Is there any conversations, amendments? Window is closing. Go ahead, Trustee Hodges.
Sorry, are we able to do it? I know we discussed having it on November 2nd. It does not work for senior administrator, other trustees. And so, again, I would like to potentially go back to the 23rd where we talked about combining the two on that day. And I know Trustee Toon said he could probably virtually attend that meeting. And I know that's not ideal, but then it makes it able for everybody to be part of the meeting. And I don't want to leave anybody out, but could we please just discuss having that on the 23rd? Because I think that that's the only time within the 30 days that we can have it where it's going to work for everybody. And we need to make sure that everybody's there. So I don't know if, I know virtually is not the best, but at least you're there. So
Thank you, Trustee Hodges. So the motion on the floor would read that the Board of Trustees change the pre-organizational meeting to October 16th. The board organizational meeting and regular board meeting to October 23rd, and the board meeting of the whole to October 30th. Is that the correct wording, Trustee Hodges? Yes. We will just give you a minute to, we're going to give Nikki a minute to get that up. I'll just read this out loud and make sure that this is the wording, Trustee Hodges. That the Board of Trustees change the organizational board meeting from October 30th to October 23rd, and move the meeting of the whole from October 16th to October 30th, and the board pre-organizational meeting from October 23rd to October 16th. Okay, thank you. You spoke to that, so with that on the floor, I will go to Trustee Toon, I believe you have your hand up, is that correct?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair.
Welcome.
Yeah, I looked at where I'll be on that and on the 23rd, and there's a slim chance that I'll be able to be in reception with that. So I probably won't be able to call into that meeting. So my preference would be, if we can't accommodate another date that other than what's already set, then just leave the organizational meeting on the 30th as it is.
Okay, thank you. Other questions and comments around the motion, the amendment on the floor right now? Go ahead, Trustee Hodges.
So Trustee Toon, are you able to call in on the 30th then? If are you going to be in service potentially that day? Is that what you're suggesting then?
There's a greater chance of that happening than the 23rd. I'll be in the airport, so I just tried. There'll be, with time zone differences and stuff, I won't be able to attend the entire meeting, but I just know how I've tried to call in meetings before when flights got delayed, and it's really challenging to hear it. So I'll do the best I can, but if it doesn't work for everyone else, then I'll just submit my stuff beforehand and the board can make the decisions.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Any other conversations around the amendment, with the knowledge that Trustee Toon most likely won't be able to call in on the 23rd, has some possibility of calling in on the 30th, but will be traveling through the air and through time zones. And also knowing that we must have the election within 4 weeks of our successful candidate being announced, which will be on October 8th, meaning the last day we could have this would be November 3rd. So with all of that information, we're just talking about the amendment right now. Go ahead, Trustee Yegas.
I'd like to move a second amendment, and that's that we go back to the original dates because they seem to work for everybody then. And that would be the board planning meeting on the 16th, the pre-org planning meeting on the 23rd, and the organizational and board meeting on the 30th, when it seems that Trustee Toon would be able to come to it at that time.
Okay, thank you. We're just discussing the amendment to the amendment. It cannot be considered friendly because it changes the intent. Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
I don't know, I don't really want to speak on behalf of Trustee Toon, but he said that he won't be available October 23rd at all. So now he would not be attending the pre-organizational meeting, and then slight chance of the organizational meeting. So we don't have everybody for all three.
Okay, any other discussion around the amendment? Trustee Long?
Yeah, I would suggest we defeat this amendment, and given all the discussion that's going on as far as administration and trustees and now Trustee Toon has said unless we change the dates, it's not good timing for him that we defeat this and just keep our meetings the way they were.
Okay, thank you. So you would be in favor of this amendment to the amendment. Is there any other conversation around the amendment to the amendment? We'll vote on it. Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
Can I just ask if everybody is available for an organizational meeting on October 16th?
Is there anyone who is not available on the 16th? Also, I did send these dates out to all the candidates. I sent a letter through Mr. Perry, who sent it on the board's behalf, letting them know that these would be meeting dates that they should be available for in October should they be successful, as well as our November dates. So is there anyone who is not available on October 16th? Okay. I'm going to call the question on the amendment to the amendment, which reads, board planning on the 16th, pre-organization on the 23rd, pardon me, and organizational meeting on October 30th. Did you want to close on that, trustee? Nope, this is just the amendment to the amendment. Okay. So we're voting on the amendment to the amendment. All in favor? You would be in favor of this. This goes back to all our original dates. Oh, you don't want that? Yeah. Okay, you do. Trustee Toon, are you in favor of going back to the original dates?
I'm opposed to the amendment.
Okay. Okay. All those opposed? Okay, so the amendment to the amendment is defeated. What is currently on the floor is that the Board of Trustees change the original board meeting from October 30th to the 23rd and move the meeting of the whole from the 16th to the 30th and the board pre-organizational meeting from October 23rd to October 16th. Point of order. This one's for you, Mr. Perry. When we have our board organizational meeting, must it be followed by the regular board meeting? So we could have, just for clarity, we could have a pre-organizational meeting followed by like a 1 hour organizational meeting at the end of that day.
Yeah, they're separate meetings in legislation. It refers to the organizational meeting, not a regular board meeting. So they're separate meetings.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
Okay, I'm going to try for an amendment. I'd like to do the pre-organizational meeting in the morning on the 16th, the organizational meeting on the afternoon of the 16th, and then all the other Mondays we can make the meetings of the whole.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Gimber. So the original motion, no, doesn't matter. We're making an amendment to the amendment that would read pre-organizational meeting on October 16th in the morning, organizational meeting October 16th in the PM in the afternoon, which then means the board meeting would still be on the 30th and the meeting of the whole would be on the 23rd. Is that correct? Or, sorry, switch those.
Flip those.
The board meeting will remain on October 23rd with the meeting of the whole on the 30th. I'm so sorry.
Board meeting on the 30th, meeting of the whole on the 23rd.
Yeah. Sorry, Nikki, that was my fault. So just for Brad, who's only listening, and I'm so sorry, Brad, that this is a lot to listen to and not see in front of you, but the motion now, the amendment to the amendment now reads, the organizational meeting on October 16th in the morning, pre-organizational meeting October 16th in the morning, organizational meeting October 16th in the afternoon, board meeting on October 30th, and the meeting of the whole on October 23rd. Thank you, Trustee Gimber. Any conversation around this? Or did you want to speak to your amendment to the amendment? Okay. Go ahead, Trustee Yeager.
This is just information. We tried this once. We had this once. It was very long and very confusing. So I think it's just something to keep in mind, although I know at this point I think we just need to get the meetings in order.
Thank you, Trustee Yeager. Any other thoughts on it? Trustee Toon, did you have your hand up?
No, thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, not seeing any other comments around the amendment to the amendment. I will just say that I love it. I think it's really great. That pre-organizational meeting is a lot of information and but it all is, pertaining to the organizational meeting. To have that at the end of the day, I think is a great idea. At the organizational meeting, it's just basically getting your ducks in a row and kind of reaffirming. So I think that's great. And then the rest of our meetings, everyone can try and make it too, but if they can't, at least they've been there for those big pieces. So I am in support of this amendment to the amendment. So did you want to close on it?
No, I just hope it works for everybody.
Okay, Trustee Toon, we can hear when you put your hand up, so if you want to put your hand up when you're ready to vote or either way, then you can go ahead and do that. So the amendment to the amendment reads, the pre-organization meeting will happen in the morning on the 16th. The organizational meeting will be October 16th in the afternoon. The board meeting will remain on October 30th, and the meeting of the whole will remain on October 23rd. All those in favor of this amendment? Okay, opposed? Okay. Thank you. So that is carried. Okay, so now the motion on the floor is what I just read. Pre-organization, October 16th in the morning, organization meeting, October 16th in the afternoon, board meeting, October 30th, and meeting of the whole, October 23rd. It is open, the floor is open now for conversation around this motion. Seeing none. Trustee Toon made the original motion. Would you like to speak to it? Close?
No,
Would you like to close?
I'm okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. So with that being said, do you want me to read it one more time? I'm just going to go for the vote. All those in favor? Those opposed? That is carried. Thank you so much. Okay, perfect. Thank you for bearing with us through all that. Who said we were ahead of schedule? Who did that? We're supposed to knock on wood, Trustee Long. Okay, so we are going to move on to G2, the Peaks Collegiate Campus Update. Jeff Perry, Associate Superintendent of Business Services, and Chad Kuzik, Associate Superintendent, Curriculum and Innovation, will update the Board of Trustees regarding the Peaks Collegiate Campus. So if we could welcome those two gentlemen. I mean, you've been here all day, but we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. I'm going to start just by giving you a programming update and some of the things that have taken place over the last 3 or 4 months here. Basically, Livingstone Range has been awarded $50,000 for a startup grant opportunity. These funds will be used to support the physical geology dual credit opportunity. We applied for that in the summer and we were successful a few weeks ago. It helps us get that dual credit opportunity up and running, and it's part of the collegiate, so it'll support that work that's there. So on September 7th as well, and thank you those that could attend, we unveiled the mobile lab to the world. This was the $100,000 grant which we received to be able to augment our dual credit opportunity with this is pre-collegiate, but it's the same dual opportunity credits for the collegiate. So the lab was showed off to everyone. We have excellent media coverage, and then we've been doing tours starting last Thursday. We did the north-south corridor, so we did Nanton, Fort Macleod, and Claresholm, and the purpose was to bring engagement and awareness of the opportunities of the collegiate to all the students in those places. So it's well received, and we've had, like I said, lots of media requests, and it's been a success so far. Last but not least, we've been approved for the following courses on the collegiate: zoology, law, environmental law, water resources and spatial information techniques, and soil resources. There's no funding associated with these ones, but as you can see, the collegiate pathway is ongoing, and these are courses available for our students to take in dual credit. So that's the programming updates that have happened within the last 6 to 8 weeks. I'll pass it on to Jeff to talk about some of the pieces with the collegiate fund that we received back in the spring. But first, some questions. from
Sorry.
Trustee Poitras.
I just had one question. When our students are given the ability to do the dual credit, I know that some of these courses can be significant cost-wise for college students. When our students are doing dual credit courses, they get the credit through the college. Is there also a cost associated with it that these kids are having to pay out of pocket to have the dual credit?
There's no cost to students at this time.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. It's something that I've had a few people ask me about, and I just wanted to confirm before I started answering that to people. But for right now, as the program's sitting, we're able to offer those without the additional cost.
And I believe it's some of the requirements to offer dual credit. The cost can't be passed on to the students.
Okay,
So,
perfect. Thank you so much. Sorry to interrupt.
no.
Perfect. I'll just chime in on that one as well. Sustainability is always the thing when we look at programs, and we can build the program. We need to find ways to be sustainable. Over time, the government continues to provide us with funds like Chad's talked about to implement these courses. And like he said, at this time, there's no cost to families. We continue to look at ways to, with whether they be with our partner groups and things of that nature, to find ways to continue to support the programs to make them sustainable. So that's kind of a long-term view of this. And as we talk about the next part that I will talk about, this is part of the plan to building that sustainability, to building the resources, to promote, partnerships with organizations out there in the community that are in the environmental sciences area and so forth. So like but others may not know that are listening or are new to the division, we received approval for $5.77 million back in April of 2023 to continue to establish resources to support the collegiate, which Chad is talking about. And part of that is for expanding our current facilities, adding on to our current facilities out in the Crow's Nest Pass on the Peak site. Part of that is for staffing. Part of that is for adding additional resources and communications out to partnerships and things of that nature. Where we stand with those funds is kind of what we've been on a hold pattern for since that time frame. We had lots of excitement and cheering. We're still in a holding pattern as we await the financial agreement from the provincial government for those funds. I've brought this to the board in the past, but just to ensure the public's aware, we've been asked for additional information. We've provided that information, and now we just await. We've been communicated with that it's being worked on, and they're doing their due diligence, and that it will be completed as soon as possible. Which, in our case, we want to move as quickly as possible, and so we're continuing to reach out to them to see when that might be. But at this point, we don't have a time frame or a date set as to when we might receive that. But be assured, once we do, we'll be continuing to move forward in that area. So unless there's any other questions, I think that's okay.
Thank you, gentlemen, both. No questions from the trustees at this time? A lot of really exciting things. Peaks has opened a lot of doors and partnerships, so it's been wonderful. Thank you both. Move on to G3, the Minister's Youth Council. I just wanted to give an update. For those who don't know, the Minister's Youth Council, MYC, consists of 40 junior and senior high students from all regions of Alberta. Students on the council, quote, provide the provincial government with a wide variety of viewpoints and opinions to help them understand how students feel about what's happening in the education system. Collectively, the council members will bring a diverse range of life experiences, knowledge and skills from across the province, end quote. Students are members of the Minister Youth Council for a 10-month term that aligns with the school year, and during the school year, the council meets 3 times. The Board of Trustees is very pleased to announce and congratulate that Daniel Choi from FP Walsh School has been selected for this year's Ministry Youth Council. So we are very proud of Daniel for putting his name forward and being successful. So congratulations to him, and thank you for representing our area and students in Southern Alberta. So congratulations, Daniel. We'll move on to G4, a Nanton School update from Mr. Perry. Jeff Perry, Associate Superintendent of Business Service, will provide information on the stage progress of design meetings occurring and topics from the Nanton schools. We'll turn it over to you, Mr. Perry.
Okay, thank you. So just to have an understanding of the Nanton schools, give a little bit of background just for those that might be joining anew. During the March provincial budget announcement, the Livingstone Range School Division was awarded the funding for the design of the Nanton solution and our proposal, which was to build a new elementary school in the Nanton community, as well as modernize the current elementary school to become the high school in Nanton, and then demolish the current high school, which is J.T. Foster. We received further information, and we've had the ability to meet a couple times. This is the operational component of the Nanton solution. So I think the next item on the agenda talks about the governance process and engaging with municipal partners and things of that nature. And so I think Trustee Toon will speak to that. I'll speak about the operational side, those who meet with Alberta Infrastructure, the bureaucrats from Alberta Infrastructure, to facilitate the process as we go forward. Alberta Infrastructure has been given the management rights, if you'll say, for this project. So they will manage the project. We obviously are huge contributors to that process. There's projects in the past where we've managed them and where infrastructure has managed them, and this one has been established as a project that will be managed by infrastructure. They'll make the final say on certain things, make sure we're within scope, and so forth. They were the organization that put out to tender two different items or actions for this project. The first one being site inspections, and so they would have put a tender out to engage a firm to do all the site inspections for the Nanton area where the proposed new school will be, and so forth, ground testing, those types of things. And so that information will go directly back to Alberta Infrastructure, as well as the architects who have also been engaged, which is the second component. And so a tender process went out through Alberta Infrastructure, and GGA Architecture is the architecture firm that has been awarded the design process for the Nanton Solutions and Livingstone Range School Division. So as part of the operational side of things, we've met twice with that firm. First was the kickoff meeting to understand who's who at the table and talk about process going forward. The second meeting, Alberta Infrastructure was unable to attend, and so what we did is we took the opportunity to tour our architects to the current facilities that we've modernized in the past, which were the schools in Claresholm and the schools in Fort Macleod, which are our last two projects. One of the things that they wanted to see were certain trends and things that were important to the jurisdiction in the capital process, and we've identified some of those. The other information that we brought forward to the architects is the information that's gathered from the engagement sessions that we've had with community, as well as the next item on the agenda, which is the Nanton Advisory Committee, information that's come forward through there, so that they have an understanding of what's important to the various groups, and they can build that in their designs or take that into consideration for options in the designs. And so we've met on those two occasions, the kickoff meeting, we've toured the architects through the facility, and so we'll meet again soon. Just checking my notes to make sure. one of the things that, from an operational perspective, that came forward from the advisory committee was communication, modes of communication, and frequency and things of that nature. So we have put a link on our website on the front page, and it'll stick on the front page for the time being with information that will come forward. So within that link, there'll be updates from the advisory committee, which we've put one out on August 29th, I think was the last one, and another one will come out soon. We'll also put out updates with regards to the process operationally that we're following and where we're at. There's also frequently asked questions that are there. I know when we receive feedback and we believe that's important for the community, we will put that through our frequently asked questions. And so as time goes by, we'll and we get into the construction side of things, which we hope is something that we will get down the road, in the next provincial budget announcement. And we begin construction, we'll use the same link to provide picture updates and things of that nature so community's aware. And so I won't get into the advisory committee stuff at this point. I'll let Trustee Toon speak to that, and then I can add to that if he would like me to do that. But that is kind of the operational side, the updates from management with regards to our meetings with the architects and Alberta Infrastructure. So,
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Any questions for Mr. Perry about any of those pieces? Okay, thank you very much for that update. We'll move on to G5, the Nanton School Advisory Committee. Trustee Toon, the Nanton School Advisory Committee Chair, will provide an update on the progress of the Nanton School community engagements. We'll turn it to you, Trustee Toon.
Thank you, Chair. Trustee Gimber has graciously agreed to give the update. I think it's probably easier to hear her being in the room than me calling in virtually.
Okay, thanks so much, Trustee Toon. Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
I'm just going to pass it off to Mr. Perry. We did meet, but he does have a lot of the details there, so I am going to let you continue on because you're doing a fantastic job. Thank you.
no problem. I'll just carry on as though people are new to what's going on in the Nanton area with regard to the advisory committee. So a committee was established through the municipal partners, which are the elected officials. So Board of Trustees representation sit on this advisory committee, as well as representatives from the town of Nanton, the MD of Willow Creek, and the MD of Ranchland. And obviously with the purpose of discussing how they can support the new Nanton solutions going forward, and discuss, what's important to the communities and things of that nature. And so, as Trustee Gimber indicated, we met on September 12th is the last meeting that we had for that meeting. Representations from all those areas or those municipalities was there. The things that have been discussed is we provide an update from the operational side of things. So I will bring forward our update from our operational meetings, management meetings with our architects, infrastructure. So the information that I just provided today for the public is also information that is brought forward to these advisory committees so that the municipal partners have the ability to understand what's going on and where the project's at. And then there's other things that are important that are being discussed, and we communicated this as well in the communication that was August 29th. Potential partnerships, potential decanting spaces, communication, like I mentioned before, and which resulted in, us putting something on the website to ensure that there was communication going out via website, social media to all parties, and what's being progressed there. In addition to, what types of community engagement will be occurring in the future and that type of thing. So the meetings to date have been good, and good discussion with regards to supporting the project going forward. And so, I think that the communications that come out will be communications that all parties are happy with, to ensure that it represents kind of the results of those meetings. And so that's why I say they can look forward to further communication from the advisory committee on that. So I won't put words in the committee's mouth by saying anything like that, but the work continues to progress in that area. Discussions continue to be had, and I think that committee is very effective and working well. So, Trustee Gimber, Trustee Toon, did you want to add anything to that?
Thank you. Looks like no. So thank you for the update, Mr. Perry. It has been nice to be able to sit down and move forward a little bit, and that we are posting updates, and also the town of Nanton is posting the updates as well and stuff. So there's that, that we're all in it together feel. It's nice to be working together. So that's really nice to have that committee set up and ready to go. We'll move to G6, Granham School Advisory Committee update. Trustee Gimber, the Granham School Advisory Committee Chair, will provide an update on the progress of the Granham School Community Engagement. Trustee Gimber?
Thank you. Actually, we haven't had a meeting yet. Our first meeting is scheduled for October 4th. So I don't have any update to give right now, but I will at our next regular board meeting.
Perfect, thank you very much. G7, Summer School. Chad Kuzik, Associate Superintendent of Curriculum and Innovation, will provide the board with an update of the work accomplished through the summer school in 2023.
So this will be a relatively quick update as well, because FACES wasn't included in the update I'll provide right now. Based on conversations and questions, wanted to be specific on the summer school and our traditional summer school that was offered this year. So basically, what I can see right now, we had 125 students register for the summer school, which is the largest number we've had since we've opened up our doors in the summer for these courses. Reminding everyone September 30th is the deadline, so still more information coming in, but what I have right now is 92 of those students successfully registered and completed the course as of right now. So that's pretty good. So we're up to about, again, we have to the 30th, and that may rise or may not, but 73% success rate at this point, which is, the word I'll use is decent for a summer school in the summer with the students that are attending, based on some of the numbers we had in the past. To dive down a little deeper, we had about 30 students take COM, English 10, we had about 25 students. Math, the variety of maths, we had about 19 students. Phys Ed, the variety of Phys Eds, we had about 22 students. The sciences were light with only 3 students at this particular time. And then social studies 19, which is good because we've had conversation before, social being that subject that students sometimes miss and do not graduate, right? So we really wanted to offer that to our students this summer if they were out of cycle or weren't successful in June. So this gave us an opportunity to do that, and we hope to see that improve our success rates. And finally, work experience, we had 36 students attend work experience. So as if you do the math, we had a couple students do more than one course, which usually isn't the case due to the time, but depending on some of the courses like COM and some of the other CTS courses, you were able to do the 1 credit courses and a big course to have 2 students. So that's the numbers I have right now. There'll be a more completed update after September 30th count.
Perfect, thank you. That's very exciting. It's exciting to see kids utilizing the summer school program. Do we have any questions or comments from the trustees or Mr. Kuzik? No? Okay, perfect, thank you. So we didn't have anything else pulled, right? Yes, I knew there was one more. Okay, G8. The by-election update. Trustee Gimber asked to have this added to the list, and Mr. Perry graciously offered to give the update as he is the holder of the information. So we'll turn it over to Mr. Jeff Perry, Associate Superintendent of Business Service, to give us an update on the by-election. Please and thank you.
Okay, thank you. Obviously we have a by-election that will occur shortly for one vacancy that currently sits on the Board of Trustees. After nominations that concluded in the beginning September 6th, we have 5 candidates. Names can be found on our website on the front page. Due to feedback, we've also put a connection or a link on the front page to elections that can give more information without having to find it in the deeper details. So I appreciate the information coming forward. It is very helpful that way. So all the information is there. The information that's there is obviously the names of the candidates like I indicated, but also the dates and times of the polls. So we actually, tomorrow is our advanced poll, September 26th, between 2 to 8 p.m. in the communities of Nanton and Claresholm. Details on where those locations are on that link in the website. October 4th is the actual by-election. Voting stations will be in Nanton, Staveley, Claresholm, and Grantham, and again, that information is on our website. 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. for those. We have Mrs. Cecily Fleming, who has been helping us with the elections. And so between Mrs. Fleming and Nikki and I, we've been working hard to be prepared for the by-elections. Election workers are being trained today and tomorrow morning. The majority of the election workers have been involved in election processes in the past. We have ballots prepared, we've received and are counting them to ensure that we know the number and are prepared to provide them at the voting stations. As far as communication, we've advertised significantly for this by-election via papers, digital advertising, social media, community newsletters, where applicable, and obviously websites. As part of the nomination process to get it more out in the communities, we also utilized pamphlets at the post offices in all 4 communities to ensure that people knew about nominations. So it should be out there with the information on the website, easily available now. There should be more information going. We know that there's interest in the community for a forum, and that has been effectively sought after by an organization. And so that is something that might be going on as well. Not provided or endorsed by the division, but certainly a good thing for the community. So I think that's everything that I have. If there's any questions that anyone might have, then I could answer those as well.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Perry. Questions about the by-election update? Trustee Gimber, go ahead.
Thank you. I have heard a lot of feedback about there not being a forum that was set up. So I'm just wondering if you can explain a little bit more to the public why we are not hosting a forum of the candidates.
Sure. Yeah. Typically, the division doesn't take an active role in providing forums for candidates. Some candidates like to participate in forums, others don't. We don't do it so that it doesn't appear as though we're supporting one candidate over another. It's typically left to the community and the organizations within the community to be able to provide those things. Even in the municipal elections, it's the Chamber of Commerce within the community that typically puts on a forum and not the municipality. And so it's no different than for us as a board and as a division. We support the process. We support getting information to candidates as necessary. We don't give personal information out of the candidates, but we will provide information to them where they can reach out to organizations that might be involved in that. So we are more focused on the process of the election and making sure that we follow all the legislation and things of that nature. And we leave it up to the communities to support the process of forums and choosing who they would like to be in that position. So yeah, does that make sense?
Thank you very much, Mr. Perry. Trustee Toon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really exciting to see all the enthusiasm and involvement with the by-election and all the work of administration, making sure that runs smoothly. The question I have is that I've heard from a couple people ask, and I said I didn't know, so I would find out. is it allowable by candidates to use like divisional logos and divisional things in advertisements? I've had some citizens ask if that was permissible, and it was something that I hadn't really seen before, and so I thought I would ask you guys to see.
Thanks, Trustee Toon. Mr. Perry?
Sure. The only time that the divisional logo is eligible to be utilized is if there's a request to us and we give approval for that. In this scenario, because of what I just explained as far as our role in an election process, we don't support the utilization of our logo for endorsing one candidate over the other or a forum or anything of that nature. And so I know at times it can be in error or not understanding utilized that way, and we typically reach out and request that it not be, as nicely as we can. So, yeah, I think that answers your question. Let me know if I need more detail than that.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Trustee Toon. Thanks, Mr. Perry. Any other questions from other trustees around the by-election? So tomorrow is advance polls in 2 of the communities, but on election day, will we have polling stations at all 4 communities? Is that correct?
We will, and just as you asked that question, I just thought of another. The results of the election will be unofficially posted the night of the October 4th election. We'll put them on our website and so forth. Then there's 4 days until we can officially announce the results, and so on the 8th of October will be when we announce those results. But unofficial results will be put up the evening of the election, and that time period is in case there's a recount or anything of that nature based on the legislation. So,
okay, thank you very much. Okay, Nikki, is that everything under updates? Okay, thank you. Okay, so thank you guys very much. That was a lot of amazing updates and information. Good start to the year. We're going to go on to item H and pick our 3 key messages from today. I'll open the floor. Go ahead, Trustee Hodges.
Our new policy, the Code of Conduct and Sanctions.
Perfect, thank you. So first reading.
And then our student successful in the
Daniel Choi.
ministers panel.
Did you want that as a key message or a press release item?
I was thinking a key message, but if you want, see what the board thinks on the.
Okay, we'll see what the
release.
board thinks. Move to Trustee Yegas, had her hand up also. Sorry, did you?
Yeah, just a minute. The Peaks Collegiate Campus update. I think that's important.
Okay, did you want an update on the trailer or on the dual credit or all of it?
Yeah, let's do all of it.
Chad, can you come to our school council meetings? Okay, so Peaks update. Okay. Any other recommendations? Okay. I would love to do a key message. I think it would be better as a key message. Our Jordan's Principal update. I think it's important to share at the school level that these dollars that are being brought in have supported 11 EAs as well as 3 teachers supporting that, and we are still looking to fill some positions. I think there's been a lot of conversation around larger classrooms, smaller budgets, and this is a real positive for our division. So I think we could do a press release on it, but I think more importantly, I'd like it to be a key message. Any other thoughts around key messages or press release items? Trustee Toon, if you have anything, you can just unmute yourself. Okay. Okay, we didn't want any press release around the election coming up, the actual election day, or no? Okay. Okay, perfect. Would you mind adding Daniel Choi to the press release as well? Is everyone comfortable with that being both? Trustee Long? Trustee Gimber? Did you have your hand up? Sorry, I don't
Yeah,
mean to.
it's not about this.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay. Seeing none, we'll leave it at that. Trustee Gimber?
When you mentioned the by-election as a press release, I'm wondering if we want to include something about how LRSD is not involved in forums and, I don't know, a discussion about that.
Yeah, maybe putting out a press release clarifying LRSD's role in hosting the election and what we do as far as contract out and set up the polling stations and stuff, but we don't take an active role in, yeah. Is everyone, yep, go ahead.
Yeah, there's just been so many questions about forums and logo use, and I just think that a press release that works, you know, we support the whole election process, but it just might, it allows us to direct people somewhere, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Carly and I had also had some conversation around like the press release items, just something to consider for the board if we want to keep it as press release items or also press release / social media. There's some things that Ministers Youth Council, you know, Daniel Choi being part of that is something you want to notify. Press release, is the election something that we need to do like a press release, or is it something that we want to put out there on our social media and stuff? So right now it's under press release, and I think that's fine, but I think it's something that we can discuss as a board in the future if we want to rename this so that the chair and HR kind of have that flexibility to make sure it gets to the right place or is put forward in the right way. Yeah, okay, perfect. Okay, if that is all we have, then we will move to J, which is our in-camera. We're going to be discussing some legal. So we need a motion. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees go in camera at 2:07. Can I get someone to make that motion? Trustee Hodges? All in favor? Okay. Perfect, we will just move next door for that. Trustee Toon, is he still with us?
Yes.
Do you want me to just
Log in next door?
yeah, I'll just have you log in and contact you on the next, I'll set up the same Google Meet, but over there, or different? Okay, you can use the same one. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.